Hello everyone, my name is Michael, and Neverwinter Nights 2, Mask of the Betrayer is the expansion pack for the original Neverwinter Nights 2, and unlike the original game, this one has an absolutely amazing story. In fact, I would rank it as the second best RPG story in all of gaming, next to only Planescape Torment, which also is something that Chris Avellone worked on. And there are some similarities between this game, I think, and Planescape Torment. This sort of weird mood and setting things that come up later. But we are currently in the Forgotten Realms land of Rashomon. Or Rashomon, not Rashomon, that's a movie. Rashomon, I think is how it's pronounced. And this has a very different look and feel to it than the standard Forgotten Realms on the Sword Coast where we go to, and where we spent a lot of the SSI Gold Box games, and where we spent the original Neverwinter Nights and Neverwinter Nights 2. And I just feel that has sort of a boring kind of, it's all been done before, high fantasy, medieval European type setting. The setting of Rashomon is far to the east of the Sword Coast and has a more Slavonic or Eastern European Viking culture kind of blended together, and it's different enough where I can enjoy it a little bit more just for the variety, the novelty, of going through here. Since our last game, we begin ripped away from the beginning away. We're sort of like, it feels like we're kind of teleported away, actually by gargoyles, so I guess we're kind of flown away or something, from the previous area and deposited in this new realm, just to sort of, as a directorial snap of the fingers to get us from one place to the other without any of our companions. And considering the companions in this one are much better, I actually quite enjoy that. You can see over there is the Ice Troll Lodge, and it sort of looks a little bit like a stave church in Northern Europe. In Scandinavia, And Rashomon is a matriarchal society run exclusively by women who hold all of the political power. And these women are, I think, called the Hathrun, which means a sort of like a witch. I'm not exactly sure what class witch would be translated here, if it's arcane or divine or just any sort of caster as long as you're female. There are male casters in Rashomon too, it's just that they are sort of subordinated to the women. And there are various statues over here of Shantea, Mistra, and I think Mykele? I think that is worshipped as sort of like a triune magical mother goddess. Yeah, Mykele. And these are the rulers. I don't know if they're the rulers of all of Rashomon or just of this city that we're in, Mulsantir, which... is this the capital of Rashomon? Actually, I don't know. I didn't notice that there was actually... Can you see over there, like, bread loaves that were... or something that were given as offering to the goddess? That's kind of neat. For some reason or another, masks are sort of worshipped. Not worshipped, but there was sort of totemic, talismanic quality here in Rashomon. I'm currently wearing one that gives me I think... a major bonus to my Intimidate, Diplomacy, and Taunt score. So that's going to help me out with speech checks. Really, as a stupid barbarian/frenzied berserker, the only diplomacy or the only persuasion type skill I'm good at is Intimidation, which is, it's okay, but I think taunting and diplomacy and bluffing get a little bit more play than the others. Our companions here, again keeping in with the more unusual, unique style that Chris Avellone liked in Planescape Torment, involve some very interesting creatures here. My favorite one is right here. He's Oku, and he is a god of bears, sort of a spirit god. Rashomon, the Rashemi are also, I guess you can call them animists, where they sort of worship nature spirits and believe that everything has a spirit to it, which, I guess in fair point it does. We see these spirits all the time. And I love that he has sort of this red, blue, yellowish rainbow look. I love his design. just looks amazing. Oku is an absolute... well, I was about to say he's an absolute beast, but, obviously he is. And he's technically a fighter class, but he only uses his claws to hurt things. And I think you can give him, amulets and rings. So I guess he slides them on his little bear paws, which is kind of adorable to think about. But, and I think capes he can wear. So he has, I would love to see him have a cape, like a little bear cape. That would be adorable. But, yeah, he's a great fighter-type character. We also have Kaelin the Dove, who, as you can tell by the wings on her back, is an Aasimar, which is a product of a mating between a human and a divine creature from one of the higher realms, the heavens. And she is a cleric, and clerics have always kind of been powerful in D&D. I don't know if there's a single edition of D&D, going back even to 1st edition, where clerics were not pretty darn strong. And she has a ton of really good spells, mostly support-based, but she has some pretty darn good, a couple of really good damage spells, including the best one, Storm of Vengeance, which creates this gigantic cloud of acidic rain and lightning that constantly damages enemies. We also have here a character we're going to be switching out soon. She is Sophia, and she is a Red Wizard of Thay. And she has, the standard really powerful mage spell. She has a ton of Meteor Swarms, Delayed Blast Fireballs, Isaac's Lesser Missile Storm, Disintegrate Polar Ray. Very strong character. And as you can see, all of our characters are 20th level or higher, which makes them epic characters. And this is something that was done very differently, I think, in AD&D and 3rd edition. This is 3.5 edition, but both 3rd edition and 3.5 were made... I think that the epic levels were done a little bit better in those, because in 2nd edition D&D, if you were level 20, you were virtually on par with a demigod. You were Hercules, essentially, in how powerful you were. You could literally murder deities if you wanted to. Probably weren't going to, but, you could if you wanted to, probably. Whereas in 3rd edition and 3.5, it made it a little bit less powerful, but it was more well-defined, and it allowed your character to go into those levels that before you probably could not. So I do enjoy that and think it's pretty interesting. We're actually going to be leaving her behind a little bit to get our 4th character, though. We went into the Ice Troll Lodge before and did a bunch of standard challenges, sitting in ice-cold water, duels to the, not to the death, but duels between various berserkers and myself in order to prove myself to the barbarians. And this is a theater that we're going to be going into, which is our hub in this city. And theaters have a very important part in the story here because of their relationship with masks and acting and drama. And I think that is related in many ways to my fondness for fourth wall breaking in fiction. Not that I want it all the time, but I do like it when there's a little nod and a wink to that. And I think the notion of play acting as a character is brought up quite a bit here. Let's talk to Gann here.
Back again, I see. And what may this one do for you?
I want you to travel with me.
Ah, but you have such a crowd already. Who must depart to make room for the formerly unwelcome half-hag?
Sophia.
If you're sure, I'll stay here and await your return.
Excellent. I cannot wait to see where the winds take us now.
And Gann, also an epic character, of course, is a spirit shaman, and I don't think these things existed, if I remember correctly, in second edition. I think they might have existed in third edition, but a spirit shaman is essentially a sorcerer version of a druid. So he has all of the druid skills and abilities, but he learns them like a sorcerer would learn those spells, meaning he can't get the breadth of spells to learn that a druid could, but he gets to cast a smaller number of spells more times per day. And there's also a cleric version of that, the Favored Soul. So if you wanted to have a more video gamey focused, damage dealing focused cleric or spirit shot or druid, you've got that here. And we are just going to pop over here and go to a place where we're going to try to discover the oh, there's one of the spirits. Like, literally the spirits they're actually there. It's not like a witch doctor who's like pretending that the tree has a spirit to it. They're actual spirits just everywhere, just walking around for some reason in Rashomon. And I think we're going to frighten these people if we have this bear here. Papa, whatever will we do without our wagon? I don't know, son. I just don't know. Papa, it's the angry bear. It come back for us. Oh, wrathful heathen bear spirit, I respectfully request that you return to the hereafter and cause this humble family of Shu no further grief. I did not intend. No, demon bear, please shut your carnivorous maw and find some other prey. But I... Ah, no, bear spirit, don't eat us. Bah, there's no use talking to these superstitious folk. Perhaps you should return to speak with them without me. Yeah, I think we can't do their quest. It's a very minor little side quest. It's not that important. But we are going to be going to a place called the Slumbering Coven? Oh, the Sunken City. Don't think Cthulhu or Dagon is there, but there are some not very nice ladies there called hags. And hags are not just an old cronish woman. They're a separate species of creatures that I think some of them inhabit the Grey Waste and the Hells, the neutral evil part of hell. And our friend Gann here is actually a hag spawn, which means that a human being mated with a gnarled, twisted, monstrous crone from hell and created this fellow, and that's why he has gray skin and gray hair. He's not a dark elf. He's not a Dunmer. He's actually just a hag spawn. And he's treated, the same way tieflings are, with a lot of prejudice. Kael and the Dove, this place reeks of evil and rot. I can smell rotting and corruption in the air, and it isn't you, Spirit Eater. It is a stench of bloated corpses and twisted spirits. There is a city here, perhaps beneath the ebb and flow of the waves. Perhaps the fall of night shall grant us a bridge. Though I fear what that will bring us, we will not be the only petitioners in this gate. Are you all right? You sound uneasy. My tone and intent are seldom the same. Come, the city of hags awaits. But it is no matter, I am fine. By blade and spell I shall back you. Or by bow and spell, I give you a crossbow. I have only seen this place in dreams, so I am almost as much a stranger to its waters and its ingress as you. But something tells me that nightfall will come with its own clues, and let's go ahead then. And our friend Gann here, being a hag spawn and a spirit shaman, he actually is sort of like an oniromancer, which is a magician that works magic through dreams. And dreams are also a major part of this story. And he sort of weaves in and out of dreams, and he has telepathic abilities, and he can see other people's dreams and knows their secrets, which is another reason why people are not necessarily thrilled about him. And because, it's no stranger that I love David Lynch, who is a weaver of dreams. He spends a lot of time with dreams in his movies and concepts around dreaming and ideas, and turning those ideas into reality, and the difference between dreams and reality. I just realized I gave him the fuzzy cat helmet. Yes, I did. And I should probably warn people. I'll probably put a warning of it before this, but we are going to be playing sort of in the middle part of the story, so there are going to be some spoilers here and there. So this is your last chance before I mention a big part of the spoilers. We are actually cursed currently. When we came here from the previous the previous game, we were infected with a spiritual virus that makes us something called a spirit eater. This virus was given to us, or given originally 1,000 years ago, to the hated enemy of Myrkul, the god of death. And in this universe, in Dungeons and Dragons, you can't be an atheist because the gods are very much real. You can go talk to them if you want. It's not like, priests actually have magic powers in this world, unlike, sort of the magic or miracles in that religious people use in the real world. It's real. There are people like the Athar and Sigil, who disdain the gods and feel like they should not be worshipped or maybe even overthrown or destroyed. But the gods are real, and many centuries ago, a cleric named Akeshi worshipped the god of death very faithfully until he found out the secret truth, which is that if you refuse to worship the gods, you are actually punished, and not punished by being sent to hell, for instance, like you would expect. You're actually punished by having your soul obliterated in a very slow and torturous process to build the wall of the city of death in the afterworld. And Akeshi felt that this was a grotesque and evil monstrosity, as indeed it is. And he decided to lead a war against heaven itself in order to destroy the wall of the Faithless and maybe kill the god of the dead and force the gods or threaten them into changing the way that the Faithless are handled, either not be punished at all or welcomed into heaven based on their deeds, whether or not they believed in a god. And we are going to be taking up his crusade because we were infected with the same curse that Akeshi was affected with when his crusade failed. He was cursed to have this gnawing, hideous, blackened, tentacular spirit of hunger gnawing away at his soul for all eternity. And Akeshi is dead, but the curse lives on. Sort of like how, even though the god of the dead as well, who created the initial curse, is also dead, we are bearers of the legacy of both Akeshi and Myrkul, who cursed him. So we are dealing with the horrendous after effects of something that happened many thousands of years ago. Feel free to tip your fedoras at any point during this lecture. Kaelin the Dove is actually a priestess of Ilmater, one of my favorite D&D deities. Ilmater is a very Christ-like deity. He's the deity of suffering and torment, who works to rid the world of suffering, to help those who are being tortured or miserable or in some sort of pain or illness or something like that. And let's wait until nighttime. We're trying to find a way right now to reach Myrkul and figure out how we can get to the Eternal City and continue the crusade of Akeshi in order to rid ourselves of this baleful curse. So let us go to the rest screen, and this is a relatively safe place to rest. I'm going to save just to be sure. The rest system has been drastically changed from the previous game, where you could rest literally anywhere, anytime for a couple of seconds and immediately recoup all of your spell points. Here we actually have to choose a place to rest, and we can be interrupted and attacked while resting. So let's see if that happens. It did not this time, thankfully. And it looks like there is either a bridge or something over there, and there's some sort of monster. Sea monster? I don't know exactly what kind of monster that is. I'm going to take a look at that. But the curse that is currently on us right now, if you see in the top left corner of the screen, every moment that passes, our energy, our spiritual energy, is slowly being gnawed away at by the curse. And we will die if it reaches 0. Stage 6, dead. And we also have a meter underneath the spirit energy which represents our hunger. And our hunger is sort of like our addiction. So the addiction is constantly pulling away at us, and the longer we spend not sating the curse, we will gradually get more and more addicted, and our spirit energy will deplete much quicker. And the way that we restore our spirit energy is by devouring spirits, literally eating someone's soul, essentially, or having a num and a nosh at one of those delicious spirit creatures we saw before, like the spirit animals. We eat them, and our spirit energy goes up, but our addiction also goes up. We also have this ability here called Suppress. And Suppress, which we can only use once per day, so it's limited in effectiveness, causes our spirit energy to go up. Which, so we have to use that unless we want to devour the souls of a living creature and feed the hunger. So I really love the idea that there is some sort of addiction-related quest that is going on here, because it feels like a very modern and unique addition to the game, whereas addiction tends not to be mentioned as much in medieval fantasy RPGs. It is mentioned a bit in Fallout, but again, that's a more modern game. Whereas older games, there's maybe like sort of a comical drunkenness, but that's about it. So the idea of constantly having to sate our hunger also kind of reminds me of David Lynch, where his constant harping on in Twin Peaks with concepts of addiction, constant eating of chemical substances and how they affect our brain and how addiction is bad for you. I just think that's a really interesting concept to explore. I do not have anyone that can deal with traps, so I'm just going to use this and see if my barbaric strength will do something about that. Yeah, and there's actually quite a bit of stuff for a low-level trap like that. I assume we have to go into this shadow portal here, but shadow portals are... there is a plane of shadow in D&D, which I think is beautifully rendered in this game in black and white. I hated the aesthetics of the first game, but even though it's the same engine here, there's a little bit more cleverness put into concepts here, and the black and whiteness of the plane of shadow allows us to essentially teleport into a Stranger Things upside-down version of this world that we're in. And beached corpse. I don't know what that is. I'm going to take a look at that. Armor. Okay. Now I don't actually... Oh, there are spirits. These are the spirits. Telthor. The spirits are called Telthor. I don't know why they're called that instead of spirits, but whatever. Just seems needlessly confusing. Oh wow, there's a panther too. Jeez. Those guys can be tough. Is just getting close to the shore what caused this? Or is it, like... Was it looking at the corpse of this? I guess it's a troll or something. And pretty much every enemy in this game drops spirit essences. And these essences, including very power essence, spirit essence, air, earth, water, fire, etc. essence, are how you craft weapons in this game. You can craft magical weapons by combining the essences. So it is interesting that it gives you a little bit of a way to make looting enemies seem more valuable at an epic level where we already have incredible amounts of stuff. So let's go into the shadow portal, and there may actually be something we can do here on the beach before we enter the sunken city. And Fentomi. Yep, there is. I remember this. There's a coffin and a vampire in it. Fentomi. Ah, you've made it here. I knew you didn't seem like the average beachcombing adventurer. Who are you? Do you recall the fisherman on the beach when you first arrived in Lakeshore? I am he. Do I? I don't know if I do recall that. In any case, I could use the services of one such as you, who managed to find their way here without any help. I have a business proposal. I'm listening. I run one of the largest gem mining operations in the Great Dismal Delve. Oh, that's a great name. I would love to be in the Great Dismal Delve. But our daily yield has been reduced due to sabotage by one of my rivals. To recover my profits, I need a heavy lifter, a being of great strength and power, but easily controllable. That was a very colorful way of saying you seek a slave. I do not tolerate slavery. I'm very chaotic. I think that should have gone towards chaos and good, but whatever. Nor do I. Nor do I, wretched spirit. I should liberate your head from your shoulders and free you of your foolish beliefs. And we actually had influence gained there with our friend, and it actually shows the number and total influence, which I don't think it did on this screen in the original game. Oh, influence with Kaelin. Obviously an Aasimar is going to want to be good. Our leader speaks for me as well. Indeed, you are not wise to talk of such things in my presence, Dao. Dao's our earth genie.
Oh, a genie lamb. It is a gin lamb.
Or Jinn, whatever they're called. Sorry, Nandor. They are, they're like genies, but they're from the elemental plane of Earth. Please, our neutral friend Gann didn't say anything, so he doesn't care about slavery. Nice. Please, slavery is a disrespectful descriptor, and not appropriate, distasteful descriptor, and not appropriate in this case. Is the weapon you wield a slave to you? No. Well, what about the oxen that hold the materials used to create the weapon? Animals have feelings too. Alright, consider the golems that stand guard over the tower of a wizard who enchanted your weapon. Are they slaves? I can't condone the use of No, I can condone the use of golems, actually. I suppose not. Unless the golems become sentient, or is it sapient, and begin, overthrowing us. But anyway. They are simply tools to be used by their owners, in order to spare mortal labor. I am just looking for another tool myself. There is a being that I can use beneath Covea Kurganis. It is among the mightiest of the earth elementals bound to this plane. You mean to make this creature your slave? Just get to the point. Give me some information first and I'll consider helping you, because I remember this elemental and I thought we just had to kill it. Certainly, though my knowledge of this place is limited since I have never crossed the dock to Covea Kurganis. Why haven't you been to Covea Kurganis? Ah, well, my business here differs from that of these other petitioners, and I'd rather not draw attention to myself. If you don't want to stand out, shouldn't you put on a shirt? No, I don't think so. What is your... No, I'll say that, yeah. Very droll. I simply dress in the fashion of my race, for you see here, if I were to do otherwise or to adopt a disguise, it would ironically attract even more attention. What is your business here? What do you need me to do? I don't want to do it if it's going to cost me influence with my friends. I simply need you to vanquish the earth elemental in the Skein beneath Covea Kurganis so that it will return to the elemental plane of earth, or I have the means to bind him to my service. In exchange for your services, I will provide you with a key that will open the entrance leading directly to the Skein, and when you return, I will pay you your weight in gold. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? Well, you see, though I am quite capable of wrangling an earth elemental, I feel that is a task left delegated to others. Do not be fooled by his arrogance, little one. I can smell his fear. He is terrified by something close by. I am more than happy to part with some of my ample fortune to spare myself the inconvenience. Yeah, I guess I'll do it. Excellent, here's the key to the Skein. You will find the entrance to the Skein on the western side of the Covea Kurganis building here in Nightshore. Just walk to the end of the dock and veer right. Okay. Return to me once you've slain the earth elemental in the Skein. Do not fail and you'll be handsomely rewarded. I don't think we can trust this guy, but whatever. We'll see what happens. Okay, let's talk to this guy who's guarding this vampire's coffin. And maybe destroy it. Count Crowroost's servants. Back! Step away from Count Crowroost, filthy mortal! Who is Count Crowroost? You truly do not know that it is best that you remain ignorant. For your own sake, back away from the Count. Count Crowroost is in the coffin? This is no mere coffin, mortal. It was carved out of solid ashenwood pine from a tree containing the essence of a genius loci. Oh, the genius loci was some sort of sentient parasitic growth on a tree. And again, that sounds really unique and interesting compared to a lot of stuff in the first game that I've all seen before. We actually had to, talk to a parasitic infection in this game, Red Dwarf style. Okay, it was enchanted by the Count himself and is quite impenetrable, and its lock can only be opened from within the coffin. What, you still linger here, like stink over a bog? Begone! Show me some respect or I'll have to teach you a lesson. Try to harm me all you wish. My bond with the Count makes me indestructible. What are you going to do about it? I will not do anything. Your lowly presence will disturb the Count Slumber, and he will awaken angry and thirsty for your blood. No one speaks to me that way. Die! Try to harm me all you wish. My bond with the Count makes me indestructible. Oh, okay. Can I... The coffin is locked and seems quite secure. This coffin may be too heavy for you, little one, but I could easily take that coffin between my teeth and fling it back to the portal. That sounds like a great idea, Oku. Go ahead. Good, I hope it is daylight on the other side. What are you doing? No, stop! Get away! And as loath as I am to destroy a vampire, that totally sucks, but I think that I will do so. I'm going to suppress my hunger a little bit to get some spirit energy back, and I will rest. Hopefully it will be daytime when I wake up. It is, of course, not daytime. Okay, I'm going to suppress again. I'm going to just wait. Wait here until dawn. There we go. Okay. Coffin is locked and seems quite secure. Maybe I can't open this without a lock. I do have a knock spell here. Maybe I can do that. Let's see if that works. No. No, I can't do it. I would have to come back when I have the knock spell. Or when I have someone who has a lock and trap ability. Okay, back into the shadow portal. Maybe I should have reloaded in order to save my spirit energy, but whatever, it's not that big a deal. Okay, so we have a bridge here on the plane of shadow at least, so we can go across. And if I remember correctly... Omaga. Okay, let's chat with him. See an ogre, maybe? Might want to just grab a couple of buffing spells first. Divine Might. And what else do we have here? Death Ward. Spell Immunity. I think he has Tortoise Shell, which is sort of like Stone Skin for druids. Okay, let's chat. You must come here now! What do you want? I see that weak gear you are wearing. For even stepping outside your home so poorly equipped, you must either be very brave or very stupid. Are you calling me stupid? Don't get upset. I will assume you are just brave, not stupid, but bravery can only take you so far. To go all the way, you must outfit yourself in Omaga's fine armor. Stow the sales pitch. What are you selling, Omega? So glad you asked. Have a look at my goods. I'll even give you... Heyo. Have a look at... I'll even give you some gold for the trash you are equipped with now. Okay, let's see if he has anything good. Traps. Amulet of Will. Periapt. I wonder if... Let me check. Are will saving throws the things for daze and stunned? Because if they are, that might actually be useful to get, but... I don't know, I'll leave it there. Okay, studded leather armor +4, we can sell that. Not katana, that sounds pretty good. But we can't use it, but... Oh, it's for chaotic versus lawful and negative energy damage, 4d6. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, gauntlets of crushing. Only monks can use those. Braces of immortality, constitution +8, and regeneration 2. That's pretty good. I think I may have to buy those, but if I have the money... I have the money, I think I have the money. I'm going to buy some of these. Ooh! My health almost went up by 100 hit points. Darn, that's good. Okay, thank you, Umaga. And... Are these more genocide? Yeah. So these must be why the other genocide isn't here. So are they going to attack us? Leave me be, Petitioner. Never before in my life have I been more incensed. Maybe I can help. Nope. +10 to diplomacy isn't doing much, because I have like 0 diplomacy and epic level. Yeah, At this level campaign, you need a lot of diplomacy. What do you need to see the Coven about? I keep the counsel of my own kind. I have nothing to gain by conferring with you. Who are you? Who I am is none of your concern. Names have power, and I do not share mine with anyone of questionable nature and intent. Alright, fine. Ooh, here he is. Ya boy. Is this an Ujuk? What are these things called? They're sort of like apish humanoids that are evil. What are they called? Gray-white ape with a dozen completely black eyes set all the way around its face. Spirit Eater, you betray the gift. If this were a place more private, I would hasten your inevitable destruction. That can be arranged. You are right to yearn for a quick death, and I will provide it to you that the gift may pass to one more worthy. Oh, good. What an arrogant creature. These disgusting apes have changed little in the years of my slumber. Meet me on the dark side of this building when you are prepared for your end. Oh, he's got friends, too. Uthraki, that's what they're called. Okay, let us save. And I will use my Frenzy. I take damage when I'm frenzied, but it basically just feels like an extra rage. It hardly ever does anything that negative, and I have that regeneration gear. Spirit Eater, we will devour you, and perhaps one of you will be blessed with your gift. Okay, let's see if I can knock you down. I can, or Oku may have done that. Oku can't actually wear any armor, because he's a bear, although I think it would be great if you could craft bear armor for him. That would be super awesome if you could do that. But we can, upgrade his strength or his defense. It might give him a natural armor class boost somehow. If we, okay. There we go. Gudbugka. What is mysterious meat? Or do I want to know? You got this foul-smelling meat from Gruth. It appears to be part of the digestive system of some large animal. Only an Uthraki would find this appetizing. Okay. Let us go talk to this guy. He is a Mind Flayer, and in the previous Neverwinter Nights we couldn't actually speak with the Mind Flayers without a mind-protecting helmet on. So I'm going to quickly go over here and check his armor first, because he may try to dominate us. I have some questions for you. No. Boots. Oh, no, Shield of the Magi, that's not it. Oh, but you could wear this without Arcane Spell Failure. That would be really good. Road to the Shining Hand. Mind Blank. Ooh, Potions of Heal. I will take that. You can't stock on like a bajillion Potions of Heal like you could do in some of the, some parts of the original Neverwinter Nights. Let's talk to this, spirit guy. Can we talk to him? The Bear King has left... Yes, we can. The Bear King has left his barrow. How strange. Why would my Spirit King be petitioners at this place? Perhaps the foul reek of this place confounds my sense of smell, but these pups have an unnatural stench to them. And he keeps company with flesh and blood beings. How confusing. Oku travels with me. He's my friend. Brothers, this one speaks to us. I understand the language, but lack the willingness to hear it. Children, you will hear the words of my friend as if they were my own. I wonder why you were so far from your barrow, but we will answer the questions of your follower. Why are you here? Our territory borders on this beach, and nightly we are disturbed by the cries of other Telthor bound within this hollow, sunk in stone. What? If this is true, the Coven's blood will flow. You came here to release the trapped spirits? Release them? In a sense, that is true. We wish to silence their bothersome cries and devour them to aid our strength. What kind of nonsense is this? Why would you behave as vultures and feed on carrion? We do what comes naturally, Cousin Bear. These Telthors act as common beasts and disgrace my kind. Such petulant children should be disciplined by fear or fang. I agree. Influence game, nice. It has been too long since I disciplined a wayward pup. I will enjoy this. Worthless, corpse-gnawing maggots, lower your heads and flee my sight. I will give you a moment's head start, and if I catch you, I will tear off your limbs and shove them down your gullet, a feast of your own carrion. Now run! Oh, they're actually running away. Good. Okay, let's go talk to Gudbugka. You know, now that I think about it, I don't really know any Illithid names. Supposedly you can play as an Illithid in Baldur's Gate 3. Or can you? Or maybe one of your companions is an Illithid? That would be pretty fun. Okay, let's chat. Leave me be. Are you speaking telepathically? Some Illithids deign to push air around their throats to communicate with the slave races. I do not. What is an Illithid? Ignorant slave. You should be toiling deep in a mine rather than toiling me with this conversation. I am Illithid. I thought you were a mind flayer. Ho ho! And I thought you were a slave. Did you place yourself within a different species? Yes. Mind flayer is what slaves call us. Illithid is what we are. Well, I'm a slave. You so utter your meat flaps, but your mind... you let some serious flaps around your face, buddy. By Il-Sensin, that's the god of the Illithids. The manner of your slavery is more cruel than even the Illithids could devise. I feel no shame to admit that I would rather face a squad of Githyanki than whatever being holds your chain. I've faced the Githyanki before. I'm surprised you know of the Githyanki. They hunted me as well. I prevailed. Did you steal one of their precious silver swords? If so, you would not be bothering me. The Githyanki are relentless. It was the silver sword of Gith. Ho ho ho! I would almost believe you were it not so absurd. Very amusing, slave. Lie, I escaped several Githyanki on the way here. Preposterous. The Githyanki have no business on a rural plane as this. Communicating with a slave is a novelty, but not one I will repeat. Bother me no further. Okay, let's see if we can trade that meat slab to one of these jerks. Guard Mulv. You want thumping? Thump thump. Hey, quit bothering him. Mulv is a good guard, but you don't want to get him excited. Okay. Guard Turlock. Look, it's another petitioner. Join the crowd. We're placing bets on how long each of you will wait before you either give up and leave or snap. What's wrong with Mulv? Wrong! Mulv wrong! Smash! Snap! Whoa, calm down, Mulv. I'm sure the stupid petitioner didn't mean it. Stupid! It's no matter to me, but you know show more tact around Mulv. When he was at BABY, he was DROPPED'd repeatedly by his MOTHER to see if he would bounce. I guess these are hag spawn. So they're more like orcish creatures than Gann. That's a little weird. Bounce! Me bouncy bouncy! I imagine such droppings were intentional. Hags are rarely afflicted with maternal instincts common to other races. Alright, we better change the subject. I need to see the Slumbering Coven. Well, well, the crowd of petitioners has thinned out to a more manageable number since your arrival. I lost my bet on you, but that's the way it goes. Now can I get into the Coven? Sure enough, as soon as you line my pockets with a standard bribe. Well, I hope you brought enough coin. Did you expect them to simply open the gate at your request? Yeah, we have that. Pay 50,000 gold. Har har, pleasure doing business with you. Don't you worry about any bruised egos among the petitioners. You've paid us quite enough to keep them in line. Step through the portal whenever you're ready. The trip can be disorienting, so I hope you have an empty stomach. Okay. Enter portal. To Covea Kurganis. Okie dokie. Now, the Slumbering Coven is a group of those creatures called hags I mentioned before, and they are actually all continually asleep, but they sort of can exert themselves as a gestalt entity through their dreams while asleep, and are very, very powerful. And whatever these petitioners were doing with them is clearly evil. They don't want what I want, which is good. I mean, there's no reason a Mind Flayer is going to do something nice, and I doubt that Dow was going to do anything. Okay, let us change over here. There's probably some enemies. Oh, maybe more guards are trying to sleaze money out of us. Keep up, too near. I smell you boy stink. Go away. Should we talk to them? Maybe we should talk to them. Hello, good newcomer. You bring money, yes? Gawatha like money. It seeks a bribe? I wouldn't bribe him, but perhaps we could buy something from him he detests, such as his servant, which perhaps would be to everyone's mutual benefit. You replace genocide? You want trade Gawatha like them? What did you trade the genocide? Their leader, he thirsty from weight, so I trade him bucket of chaluktput. Give him good teal, such waste. What is chaluktput? How you say it? Chaluktput like a juice of fermented rodent. Ogres love it, lots. Make them not thirst, but hairs on their nose. What do you mean it was a waste? Chaluktput all gone. Genocide leader, he drank some bucket, then spilled most. Fell down and go, ugh, my tummock. Genocide must get weak bowel like a tree leaf. What? Chaluktput went down through straight to butt. Disgusting. I've heard enough about wait, what happened to the genocide leader? I think he make stinky nature. He yelled at him servants and them guard, privy, what they privy to, I not know. I tell him make nature in corner of room, we not mind. Gwatha already start nature pile and almost cover keep up dumb boy stink. I want to know about something else. You want trade Gwatha now? Yeah, I want your place in line. You want this place? Yes, and I want profit. You trade Gwatha to make me profit, and I leave with success. Why are you here? See that boy, that dumb Kapab? Him why we come. Gwatha trade him from Archmage who say he's special child, worth much. We bring dumb Kepop to Coven, so know how he... Why is the font so small? I think there's actually mods that make the font bigger to this game. It's so weird. So know how he's special and how Gwatha make profit, but line not moving since a long time. Kepop has a less than flattering translation. Let us say dog that eats its own excrement is the most polite translation. I imagine this boy is treated a little better than his nickname. You like Kebop? I trade him you if you make it worth. I want 30,000 gold. Yeah. Okay, fine. Celebrate good trade. You not regret. Now Gwatha not need keep wait for Coven to tell how Kebop's special. Kepop, dumb boy, you go them now. Riddance. Think again for trade and profit. Enjoy you dumb special boy. Gwatha make gone now. Okay, do we have to do anything with this child? Oh, okay, that's odd. Why is he part of our, group now? Can we... I mean, this area we're going in is, like, tough even for epic characters. I don't know what we're gonna do with him. Heh, so much for that ogre mage. That makes you third in line now. I'll open this door for you. Okay? Oh boy, it's more of them. I wonder if we can give him the meat. Are my senses blinded by hunger, or are you spirit eater? Vlush, we hunger. Can we not feed on this one? Yes, it is a spirit eater, but one who squanders the gift. You will make a fine meal for my family. I did not come here to fight you. Yes, do not fight. It toughens your meat. Perhaps the gift will pass to me when I lap up your heart's blood. Oh, really? Okay, let's fight. I kind of like these ape-looking creatures, but they're basically... oh my god, the boy slave is fighting with him. He has 8 hit points. What are you doing? What are you doing, little... Oh, he's dead. He is definitely dead. Okay, well, we tried. Like, what were we supposed to do? Am I supposed to go all the way back to town with him or something? Jeez. Dented platter. Okay. So he's using a platter as a shield? Oh, it's actually pretty good. Jeez. Oh no, it's looking like an actual shield that was being used as a platter. Okay. Okay, let's go. I hope you enjoyed your 5 seconds of freedom, little guy. Thanks for dealing with the Uthraki. The way they kept looking at me, licking their chops, well, I was getting nervous. Whoa, you look quite tough. I'm going to summon my Ice Elemental to help us out a little bit. And was your Planetar? She has special racial abilities, being an Asomar. So yeah, it looks like she already summoned her celestial ally. Is this guy a Lich? Skeletal creature was the Rose of Rotting Robes. Oh yeah, that's a Lich. And that means this is going to be dangerous. I wonder if I have Undeath to Death. I know why you're here. Why does it matter for you to be first in line when the Coven will see no one? If being first in line doesn't matter to you, then let me be first. Your life is limited to a certain number of years, days, hours, or minutes, and you choose to fritter that precious remainder in an attempt to be first in line that does not move. My minions and I have infinite patience. I will remain here at the front line until the Slumbering Coven is ready to see me, whether they take days or years. Why are you going to see the Coven? That is my business, and mine alone. I do not share my motives with you thralls. Why would I tell you? Because I'm being nice and I'll be your best friend? Oh, it worked. I can tell you are genuinely ignorant rather than trying to offend, so I will tell you this. Knowledge is power. I doubt you have any. But should you ever find knowledge, never share it without exacting a cost greater than the value of the knowledge. I don't have any more money, but what can I offer to make you give me your place in line? I have no interest in anything you can offer. I suggest you go before my vampires begin to thirst. Just gonna reignite my frenzy there. I'm not interested in talking. Prepare to die. Okay, let's see if we have anti-undead spells. Ooh, Sunbeam. That's good. And I think he has some anti-undead spells too. Sunburst, also Sunburst. Okay. These vampires are tough. And if I'm stunned or dazed, that's really going to be bad. Ankhithria. Okay. He is down, but does he have a phylactery I have to destroy? Because if he does, that's very ungood. Okay. More sunbursts, and I think she's out. Ow! Whoa! Whoa! Insta-death. Yikes. That's not good. Oh, I didn't cast a mass death ward, so maybe that was an instant death spell that got me. Jeez. Okay. Magic wand and lots of gold. Okay. So, no... usually liches have something called a phylactery, which is a magic vessel or container that, like, holds their soul, and we have to destroy it. Sort of like a Horcrux from Harry Potter, if you're familiar with that. Using all my heals here, but that's alright. Wow, that was painful. Instant death, jeez, full hit points to nothing. Okay. Alright, buddy, let me in. Well, you got rid of Ankriva, so I suppose that makes you first in line. Doesn't matter, though, whether you're first or 51st, since the Coven isn't seeing anyone. Until they do, I can't let you pass the... Guard! I'll deal with them. Open the door and let them pass. Yes, mistress, right away, mistress. I don't know what you did, but mistress wants to see you. And she's a hag, I guess? Yeah. Or just Barbarian Rage here, just in case. Spirit Eater. I'm pausing here because I think the game doesn't pause when you're in conversation, which means your buffs can run out, which is a really stupid move that no amount of, oh, we were rushed making this game can excuse for. You know, there's no, oh, but they didn't give us enough money. No, that should have been done immediately. But anyway. The Coven has recoiled from your unnatural presence. You shall not enter here. Oh, the Spirit Eater, right? Came all this way and you deny us entrance? Do you truly speak for the Coven or for yourself? Filthy half-breed. Speak to me in such a tone again and there shall be bloodshed. I dare you to act on such words, Coven servant. Let us pass. We have... Petitioner, is this half-breed your tongue, or can you speak for yourself? He speaks with my voice, so you would be wise to heed him. You echo the words of a half-breed, revolting. Oh, I got some influence with him, which was in negative, so it's not me very much. Revolting is not the first word you would have to use to describe you, but it is close enough. By coming here, you forfeit your life and those of your companions. The Coven must be protected at all costs. You could have saved me some trouble if you'd approached me with your threats when I first arrived. I hope the others would have saved me the trouble of dealing with you myself. I would have preferred that we never meet at all. Your conquest over the Bear King was the last vision the Coven showed before they closed. They fear your hunger, and rightly so. Well, I mean, rightly so, yeah. He could have consumed me, but he did not. For the time being, the Spirit Eater's hunger remains at his mercy. If the curse grants you the power to make a Bear King bow to you, then you are too much of a threat. Your fate will be the same as the others who prove dangerous or nuisances to the Coven. Yeah, do your worst. You were to be exiled to the Skein. I will waste no more words on you. What of my mother? I want to know her fate and why I was cast out, and you will answer me, hag. Yes, I remember you. Now, how ironic that you should ask of your mother. Perhaps you will find the answers to your questions when you meet her. More likely she will silence your questions. What? What do you mean when I meet her? Good riddance. Okay, so we've been teleported to a sort of a labyrinth prison underneath the sunken city. And there are a lot of dead people here. It's very dangerous. Scrolls, sure. I guess these corpses could have something useful on them. Torches. I will bring that along in case we need a torch for something. It's suspicious that they're giving us one, even though they're not required in order to see things. Okay. Now this area is pretty darn big, if I remember right. Yeah, this is a huge dungeon. By the standards of Neverwinter Nights 2, anyway. Look here, we got some new arrivals. I think they're going to try to kill us. They probably will. Yeah, looks like they got nice gear. Let's get them. Hey, why do we have to attack everyone that Blighted Mistress sends here? Yeah, we don't have any left since the last time Aush came to feed. We should be welcoming newcomers, not murdering them. Intimidate, try me, and you'll be the ones murdered. Seems really tough. I don't think we should get on his bad side. I'm with you. Let's go back to the sleeper. Cowards, come back here! Doesn't matter. More loot for us. Let's do the deed. You're right. Attack! Okay. This is a bad place to fight because we can't really move forward that skillfully. Mad Duergar, Hag Spawn, Drow. Oh, he's a caster too. Oh boy. But casters can be knocked down easy, which is pretty cute. Hey, come on. Oh, we must have some sort of invisibility effect on, or etherealness, or... Well, we can't even target him. Oh, there we go. There we go. Wait, maybe not. There we go. Guess he was killed by the lightning storm. I don't know why that could target him, but we couldn't. And... not much loot, but what do you expect for a bunch of people living in a prison? Now, the thing he talked about before, the sleeper, I think there is some sort of gigantic energy creature that is pouring through these halls that is devouring anyone it comes across. Or not the sleeper, maybe some Gulkash, that was it. Not the sleeper. The sleeper is, I guess, someone else. I forget who that is. Let's check down here. But this is one of the best... Maverick Fire Elemental. But this is one of the best parts of the game, where you really feel like you're dungeon crawling. rather than just continually chatting with people or going over tiny little areas. There was another good dungeon earlier that was essentially like a forest with lots of rotted, demented tree spirits in it. That was pretty fun. But I like this area better. It's a little bit spookier, and there's some horror elements in it that I like. This area is much, much harder if you're playing as a mage, though. Really, of any kind, a sorcerer, wizard, it doesn't matter. Because you basically have to rest in order to get your good spells back. And your lower level spells are barely useful at all in this area. So it can be very challenging. But because we're a barbarian and we just do melee, we have that advantage. We can just go wherever we feel like and do whatever we want. There we go. Get some essences here. I tried to make a great axe before and imbue it, but I actually couldn't find a blacksmith hammer. Yeah, that creepy voice in the background you can hear, that's a lady that we're going to find later on for Gann's questline, and she reminded me a lot of Ravel from Planescape Torment, in a way. Oh, and Gulkosh is the mother. Whoops, I kind of let that slip. That's Gann's mother. Sorry if I spoiled that for you. And I thought there was some other energy. Maybe that is the sleeper, this weird creature that comes around to attack us. Bloated corpse. Can't go in there. Okay. Dead end there. And how far can we go down here? Oh, that's it. Okay. Let us check the west now. See what they have over there for us. I think that giant earth elemental is really strong. So we're going to have to be very careful with him, like one of the stronger enemies in the game. But, maybe I went in there as another class at some point, and it's a little bit different if you go in there as a barbarian with 500 hit points, which is that's shocking. That number of hit points. Let's go see if we can find... Okay, so let's go see if we can find the Slumbering Coven. I really love dreams, as you may have guessed, because of my obsession with Twin Peaks, so any game that starts talking about how dreams relate to reality and creates a kind of dreamscape is automatically going to be fascinating to me. So this dreaming coven that exerts authority over people through some sort of dream magic really caught my attention here, and I can overlook the dull combat here. Is this a door? Yes, it is. Stay back! Back! We outnumber you! We outnumber you, and there are more of us hiding in the shadows. I mean no harm. Tell that to the ones of us that you slaughtered. They attacked me, you jerk. They attacked you? I don't believe... It's true. I was there. Gaillard? That hag spawn went crazy. I told you he was cracking. Yeah, those brutes got what they deserved, if you ask me. I suppose I can accept that. I'm sorry you were attacked. Some folks have been here too long. They get desperate and more than a little crazy. This subterranean maze with a hag in the middle of it kind of reminds me of the Labyrinth of Briars in Planescape Torment. I suppose I can accept that. Okay. I'll do my best to answer your questions. Don't know much, though. Not much at all. What do you know about the Skein? I'm not sure what answer you're after. There's not much to do here except survive another day. Survive another day. How do they get enough food? Do they eat monsters or something? I mean... Too many ways to die in the Skein. We got dangers left, right, and down. Too many elementals, other exiles, the mad hag. Tell me about the elementals. There's the big earth elemental at the southwest end. At least he's locked up. The air elementals aren't. They just wander all around and can't be killed. We tried to kill one of them, but it just flashed away before we could finish it. Oh, why does the Skein have so many elementals? Dunno. The sleeper doesn't say. We had a genocide wizard here not too long ago, and who had some ideas. Crazy ideas. What happened to the genocide wizard? Why are there so many plane-touched Earth guys, the genocide here? He just took off saying he was going to find a way out. Took off. Tried to get others to help him with his crazy ideas, but I convinced him to say. What were the crazy ideas? Crazy ideas! The genocide thought he was so smart, and said that this place was created by these scary people, and they left some scary devices to control the elementals. He wanted to mess with the scary devices. Can you imagine? Can you? I guess we're gonna have to figure that out ourselves. Who is the sleeper? The sleeper guides us. I have followed her since she first arrived. She was sent here by mistress like the rest, but she is different. How is the sleeper different? When most are exiled here, they arrive terrified and untrusting, and without guidance they turn crazy real fast. When the sleeper arrived, she was still, vulnerable, and peaceful, so we carried her here to protect her, and then she began speaking of profound things and guiding us. What does she speak of? She speaks of death and life, of lessons learned and wisdom lost. She is cryptic and makes you search for the meaning in her words, but there is meaning, such meaning. I am ashamed to say that when I first heard the sleeper, I thought she was babbling nonsense, but I learned. I learned that if you listen to the sleeper with an open heart and mind, you will learn how to survive in the Skein. She will make you different like she is. Okay. When I arrived, one of the exiles mentioned Gulkaush. Shh, don't say that name. The mad hag will hear you, and she'll come and she'll kill us all. Kill us all! Maybe I want Gulkash to come? Wow. Don't worry, I will protect you from Gulkash. You said it again! Oh god, I can hear them coming closer, closer! Be silent, be silent! You can just say it again. Very well, tell me about the Mad Hag. She has been here longer than any. Her insane cackling never ceases, and sometimes she ventures out of her lair to feed. We have lost many to the Mad Hag, but the Sleeper's wisdom has taught us how to avoid her clutches. Where can I find this hag? Find her? Find her? You don't want to find the Mad Hag. She will feed on you while you are still alive and fill the Skein with the sounds of your torment. Alright, where is she so that I won't accidentally find her? Very well, she paces back and forth in her lair at the very center of the Skein. But heed the Sleeper's wisdom and stay clear of there. I want to talk about something else. How long have you been here? So long, there's no way to tell how much time has passed here except for the Sleeper. I've been here the longest of anyone still living, that is. Okay, alright, you're free to wander around our camp and talk to folks, but I'll be watching you all the same, no offense. Okay, so these guys are kind of nuts. This kind of reminds me a little bit of Pandemonium, one of the Outer Realms areas that I made a video about, where everyone is driven insane by the sound of the wind. A gnoll. Human. Deep. No, there's a sleeper. Hi, sleeper. Careful, the woman who sits there within a trance, she is more than she appears. She walks the dreaming. Your voice is almost reverent. No, this woman, her presence is remarkable. It is as if her body is a vessel, a vase that holds dreams. To an extent, all creatures have such potential, but she far more than most. It is like staring at a natural wonder, like a waterfall or a natural geyser rising from the earth. She doesn't seem all here. You are correct, and I do not think I could travel into her dream alone and survive without an anchor of some sort. Her mind, her dreams are like a whirlpool. Without someone to brace me, or I bracing someone else, I would be lost. The sleeper sits here quiet and unresponsive. Okay, I'm going to let her be. I'm not going to kill her. Not unless I really have to. I assume that means we can, enter her dreams or something? I like to hit things with club. Club, give me an excuse. Okay. So let's go see... Maybe we're going to have to enter her dream to find a way to beat the elementals? Because we killed a bunch of elementals, it's just that these elementals we're fighting here apparently teleport away. when we try to finish them off. Okay, let us... Whoop, there's something here. Oh, they're just Telfors. Looks so odd wearing this mask, but it's good for persuasion, and I do have a good helmet, like a staghorn helmet that gives me plus constitution, so maybe I'll put that on before a boss fight, but otherwise I'm just going to hang on to this. And once again, my party is not even close to me. Someone in a comment on the previous Neverwinter Nights 2 video said that you can direct your party members to stay with within a certain distance of you. But, issue command. Guard me, heal me, follow me. I mean, if I click follow me, does that mean they're going to stay closer? What does follow mode mean? And would I have to switch back to attack mode if they're not following me? Like, even this is unacceptably far away. I came up with an idea after the last video of how this could have been fixed. You should really be able to have your party walk in formation, like in a real-time strategy game. So we would walk in sort of a phalanx of 4 to 6 characters, like a little square, that we were all walking in the same time. Okay, let's see. Corpse. Corpse looks like it died recently. Okay. What is this device? Bah, if only Sophia were here to waste our time studying this. Yeah, if she were here, that would be able to help us. This device is not functioning, but it doesn't appear broken. There is an empty globe installed at the top of the device. The control panel has an empty slot where a lever should fit. Examine. Whatever purpose this device once served is unclear to you. My intelligence is very low. But I think if I... Gann. Deciphering the intentions of cogs and wheels has never been my strength. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm going to take the globe. And if I remember right, I think we have to use the globe somehow to... I don't know, I guess we can't use it, but I think the globe will trap one of the elementals if we kill it somehow, and then we can place it in there and the elemental will power the machine. The Imascari were sort of one of the ancient empires, like the Iltharn in Forgotten Realms lore. So they're a good mystery point to work through. A lot of secrets and secret devices and arcane wonders from ancient times. Let's see here. I think the elemental is down here, yeah, in the lower left. It's already marked? The map is already marked. That is bizarre. Okay, there's some exiled people here. Let's hope they're not too tough. How many hit points do I have? Maximum of 585 hit points. Wow. That's quite a few hit points. That's like dragon levels of hit points. I think there are gods in AD&D, the second edition, that didn't have that many hit points. Like Cthulhu might not have had that many hit points. Oh wait, here's one of the air elementals. Glowing powder. This is a strange powdery substance dropped from an air elemental before it disappeared. It seems to shimmer with energy. I doubt that powder offends your nose as it does mine, but I would be wary of it. How strange. I have never seen an air elemental leave guano such as this. Let me examine this. This hollow crystal globe is part of an Imascari device in Skein. Judging by the dried blood inside the globe, it is means to be a receptacle for blood. Okay, so it's not for an elemental, then. See if there's a fresh corpse here we can use. Ooh, wait a minute. This corpse was killed recently. When you approach it, the empty Imascari globe you carry begins to vibrate. Okay, bring the globe close to the body. As you touch the globe to the corpse's exposed skin, the globe begins to fill with blood. Oh, it's like the sphere blood thing in Phantasm. Okay, blood-filled Imascari globe. Part of an electric electrical catalyst added to it in order to function with the emissary device. Okay. Well, let's go see if we can find that Earth Elemental, and if we can capture him for the genocide. I don't know if I thought that might just be a complete side quest, the Earth Elemental thing. I'm not sure about that. Can't go in the water there. Bite off the bone, suck the marrow, suck the marrow. I'm sorry if that's driving you crazy listening to that, but that's the point. It's supposed to be driving you crazy. Okay, there he is. Hi, Mr. Earth Elemental. Primal Earth Elemental. Okay, I may want to just grab another save, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, let's talk. Too far away? What do you mean? Wait, oh, there's a device. Let's see. Corpse. Okay, we need to take this out of here. This device requires the mind of a machinist. Well, he can't go back and get her, so, you know, I don't know why you keep saying that. Okay, this device appears to be functioning normally. There's a lever here that can be used. Use the lever. Okay, that was not good. You entered the Skein. The Earth Elemental that Fantomi wants you to destroy should be somewhere here. Okay, so let's try to destroy this thing. May not be able to, because we really are not doing great in terms of damage spells. So let's see what... we're doing a little bit of damage at least. Still only barely injured. Knocked down. Okay, I'm down. Okay, but he was knocked down. Wow. Usually huge creatures like that can't be knocked down. I'm not sure if your constitution or your strength, or maybe it's dexterity determines whether you're knocked down or not. I'm not sure. Okay, so you destroy the Earth Elemental, which has caused the Skein to start falling apart. Oh, that's not good. Escape the building and speak with Fantomi to get your reward. Ooh, I hope there's not a time limit now. Huh. Well, I may have to just reload if the building just starts falling apart willy-nilly like that. I did take a fair bit of damage from that guy. You can drink a heal potion, right, Oku? Yes, you can. Good. Alright, do we have the emissary device, though? Guess we do not. Maybe we have to redo that. Or maybe we can... Let's see if we can find another emissary device first. Rubble. I guess I can't look at it while fighting. Okay, that's fine. Oh, there's something else over here that they're fighting. Okay. More air elementals. I don't know if I'm going to have to reload and do that again to get the emissary device and use it first. I hope not. Because that would kind of suck, but oh well. The destruction of the Earth Elementals caused the Skein to shake violently. This rubble blocks your path. Okay, that's not good. I guess it's best if the Skein is destroyed. I think it would be good even if we kill everyone here, because it will be gone as a source of future torment for other people. Sort of like if we collapse the Bastille with some prisoners still inside of it. It's better just not have this monstrous prison here at all. How would we escape, exactly? Passage flooded. There's Gulkash, but... can we still get to her? Okay, let's... let's see, exiled hag spawn. No, we can't even get back at all. You know, I think I'm gonna have to reload that... Oh, the door here is open, though. Let's see if we can reach Gulkosh, because that's really all I care about is her. So if we can chat with her and go through the... there she is. Hi, Gulkosh.
No sleep, sleeping dream, dreaming!
This creature's laughter is what we heard throughout the Skein. Be careful. Madness and power dance within her.
So this is the source of that wretched squawking. I'll tear out her throat and silence her for good. Just ask.
There is something about her. Beneath the mask she is wearing is a...
Another lucky one. Lucky to know sleep, to know dreams. My gift to you, eternal slumber. Yes, and you might dream too. You might.
Wait, I just want to talk. I guess we... Oh, that's not good. Okay, am I afraid... do I have Cure Fear? Let's see. I do have Remove Fear. It's so obnoxious, this fear effect, that I made sure to get nothing but Cure Fear over and over again for my my guys. Okay, there's Gulkosh. She's pretty injured. Oh, come on. Really? Okay, Remove Fear again on him. Am I just going to be insta-feared every time I go near her? Can I, like... Energy immunity... Restoration... What about Heroic Aura? Will that help? Maybe that, machine was for helping the other people trapped in the Skein, and we don't technically need to do it. Oh, we're in combat with this creature on the other side of this wall. For goodness sake. She must just have some kind of an aura that constantly causes fear. Which is really annoying. Please try to kill Gulkosh. They can't hit her because she must be ethereal or something. Okay. Let's see if I can... Don't know if I went into a rage there. Oh, now she's getting our friends to fight us somehow. That's not good. You're gonna have to fight every one of our friends? Oh, and she is full health again. Please. Oh, come on! What is... This is so ridiculous! This ability is absurd. I mean, if I don't... I don't even know what, is going to help me overcome this. In the original Neverwinter Nights, there was something called a Potion of Clarity. And if you had that, you could be immune to mind-affecting spells. Please attack. Jesus, this is so obnoxious. Let's see if I have something to fight that. I can't even open my pouch until I've stopped moving. Oh, because I'm in fear, I can't even open my pouch and change my weapon. Come on. I don't care if this is part of the rule set. This shouldn't be part of the game. They should have just ignored that. That is so stupid. Confused. Remove mindless fear. Please try to attack her. Okay. Oh god, this is obnoxious. This is a really cool story and a cool character, but that's about it. Okay, spell. Maybe my intelligence going up would be useful. Maybe not, but Stone Eater Ring, Stone to Flesh, no. Boots of Hardiness, no. I mean, I can't do anything. There's nothing I can do to... Resistance, maybe? Guess I can try putting on the stag helm. Rod of thunder and lightning. I'm gonna try to use this on her. Maybe that'll do something. Any other item? No. Gauntlets of Ogre Power. Storm of Vengeance. Yeah, use that. Actually, I don't even know where she is. Oh no, I guess she's on the ground there. I guess we're gonna have to go through every single one of our guys here. Okay, annual natural armor. Natural armor, ring of resistance. Maybe that would help, but protection, ring of holiness. Maybe it's a wisdom that protects against extra turning. Well, my character is completely unusable now. And it honestly wouldn't even really matter. Like, I could change the settings all the way down to the easiest possible mode, and it would basically still do nothing. Because I would be hit with an insta-fear the instant I walked over there. Jesus.
Enough. This blood of mine you've spilt has loosened insanity's grip on me. For now. I do not wish to die, though it would bring an end to the punishment I've endured for my crimes. My crimes!
What were your crimes?
I violated the sisterhood, broke the sacred laws of Kurganis. I took a man as my lover, and I loved him. Oh, how I loved him. I kept this love hidden, told my sisters I was just toying with him, just toying a little longer. But I let him escape and fooled my sisters with the desiccated corpse of some other man. They remained ignorant of my terrible crime until I birthed the product of our love. Then they found my beloved and made me devour him alive in front of his son. Even as they forced chunks of his flesh down my throat, he smiled at me, at our child. So beautiful, like his father was my son Gann.
You are my mother.
So, my son has returned, and he has brought violence against me. Will you murder your mother? Is this the homecoming you have sought?
You abandoned me. Cast me to the wilds of Roshaman.
Abandoned implies I had a choice in the matter, my child. I had but one choice, and that was to love your father.
What does a hag such as you know of love?
More than you, I think, child. Have you not drifted from creature to creature, spirit to spirit, finding no dream that has touched you? You know what I speak of is true, Gann of dreams, spirit of Roshaman. Do not waste what short time we have together with protests and accusations.
You speak as if your words are truth, but you know nothing of me, of my life.
I know you have dreamed of this city beneath the waves, and your travels have circled it all your life, until now, until the time has come to destroy it. It was ordained we speak this one last time, my dear Gann. It is the one hope that has cradled me in this prison.
You are a creature of lies, spawned from lies.
And you, my beautiful child, are far more terrible, to be spawned from the love of a hag. By such things are cities and nations laid to ruins. Do you wish to see the proof of my claims?
I'm gonna leave this up to him.
She had her chance long ago. I care nothing for what she has to say. My answer is that we end this, now.
I will not fight you. Do what you must.
We'll kill you. It seems worse to let her live, continuing to suffer torment after all of her crimes. Okay, you have the dream haunting ability. God, I wish I had this in real life. This would be so cool. And this is such an awesome mechanic in games. This should be explored a lot more. Dream haunting enables you to enter the dreams of anyone who is sleeping. If you have companions in your party who also have the ability to haunt dreams, they will join you in the dreamscape.
She attacked us, yet she was lucid in her last moments. That may have been the only chance I had to speak to her.
Okay, well, you're being a little bitch about that because you said you wanted to kill her. And then changed your mind, so whatever. Okay, Let's see. Epic level feats are pretty cool. You can get an automatic plus 30 hit points, which is really cool. Gain a bunch of attribute points. Get a +1 permanent bonus to natural armor class. A lot of cool stuff here, but I think I'm going to go with Tower Shield proficiency. Just to get a little extra defense, because sometimes a berserker needs that, you know? You can also get epic level spells for some of your casters, although I think I might be Divine and Arcane casters get their own set of special spells. But now that we can haunt dreams, I think we can go back to that lady. There was a young girl who Gann met, and somehow her dreams became infected with the idea of Gann, and she created a sort of a ghostly dream version of him, and she's trapped in dreams now. But I just think that this is a really cool idea that should be introduced as a major mechanic in some video games. Like if you could, instead of just having a persuasion skill, you would be able to haunt their dreams, see what they're dreaming about, and then try to guess through interpretation what you should say to them based on the dream. So if you have a dream where they're having wild sex parties, you could guess that maybe they're sexually frustrated, and you can use that in dialogue with them. I mean, just imagine how interesting that would be as a concept. You would have just the normal, straightforward world of interacting with someone on the surface value, but then you would have the subconscious and all of the atavistic, id-based, primal feelings and emotions and desires underneath, and you can see how different they are between those two. And you would be able to do that with virtually every NPC in the game. I think that would be an amazing concept, you know? I think Chris Avellone and Tom Sawyer are still making video games. So, you know, if they want to use that idea, that would be pretty cool. And also I think that, who are the people that made Divinity? Well, whoever made Divinity Original Sin, that would be a cool concept to put in there. Okay, let's see, epic. Ooh, epic spells. She does get epic spells, or at least some of them. Vampire Feast. Shaman. When the spell is cast, you drink in the life force of all enemies in the area of effect. Creatures who succeed at a fortitude save will lose only half their remaining hit points, while those who fail their saving throw lose all their remaining hit points or instantly slain. Okay, yes, I will get that. There's also one called Hellball, which is like the ultimate all-powerful, all-destructive fireball, like a fireball that does fire and ice and acid damage. It's really, really cool. There was something, by the way, also in Planescape Torment that you can do, sort of like a prototypical version of what I was talking about, called the... I forget what it was called, but I think it was called Speak to the Dead. And if you found a character that had died, you can use this ability to talk to their shade after you summon them. And that was a really cool ability, and you can learn a lot of secret hidden things that way. There are a lot of interesting ways to go that are not just like persuasion check or, intimidate. I think we can maybe... we can go into a really exciting set of areas with that. Fire... Okay. Forget if the Slumbering Coven is right up here or not. Were there any reason to go down this way? Maybe... No, I guess we can't. Okay. So let's go chat to the Slumbering... I guess we have to use our Dream Haunting ability with the Slumbering Coven to see what's going on there. Yep, that's auto-saving, so there's going to be something happening. Okay. Ooh, oh, shit. We're already... Oh, that's why I couldn't move. I was attacked by some hag spawn already. And I think I should rage also. Let's see if I can knock down the mistress. Is that our... I cannot move. Okay, there we go. Another obnoxious thing. Sometimes I can't even move correctly. I don't know what's going on with that hag spawn. He, like, got bored and went to sulk somewhere. Okay, Hag spawn guard. Hag spawn guard. Yeah, I guess this was our Storm of Vengeance, so... It was already... Let's see, corpse. Amulet. Corpse. Throwing axes. Okay. Slumbering Coven. So we can talk to this guy, a Thayan wizard? Or no? The 9 hags that make up the Slumbering Coven hover in midair, protected by energy barriers. The energy fields prevent us from slaying these crones as they sleep, but from here we can invade their collective dream and perhaps destroy them from within. Okay. You can use your dream haunting ability to enter the Slumbering Coven's dreamscape. Okay, let's do it. At first it seems easy entering the Coven's dreamscape, like diving into warm water, but then you are grabbed by an unseen force, shaken violently and thrown into blackness. Okay. Oh, this is the mask. I think we learn more about... Okay, whoop. Oh, God. Can't believe this is spinning around like this. I'm sorry if someone's getting motion sickness, but if you're moving the camera, like turning it left or right, when you go into a dialogue scene, it can start spinning idiotically like this. I don't care how little money you had. There is no excuse for this to be in the game, for this to happen. But anyway. Hooray, Corvus, you missed the final scene. Final scene? What are you talking about? Don't you remember? We composed the play for you like you asked. It's fine work and an old story, The Betrayer's Crusade. Oh, it's about Akeshi. There is something deeper in her request, an undercurrent. We should follow its pull and see where this play leads. Go ahead, step up on stage. We've reserved the Betrayer's part for you. You remember your lines, don't you? Wait, I know this tale. Everywhere I go, it seems to follow me. Tales are messengers of sorts, though they bring different tidings to all who have them. If a tale is persistent, then you have not yet heard all it has to say. Now, weren't you about to tell me that you've forgotten your lines? Yes, that's right. Of course, the forgetting's in the script. 2. I'll set the stage and you can make up your lines as you go along. The Crusade has failed, the Betrayer's army is crushed, and he must give his final commands to his lieutenants. The Dark God Myrkul is close at your heels. You must make your orders count. They shall be your legacy, perhaps all that shall ever remain of you. I wonder if I was a bard and had the perform skill, this would go differently. Alright, I'll play along, and maybe this dream will start to make some sense. Ah, you have a dreamwalker's heart. You swim with the currents, not fight them. That's right. Not a dream, a play, or perhaps there's little difference. No matter, get up on stage, hurry, the audience is getting restless. Jesus, that was obnoxious. I'm trying to enjoy this excellent story. Could you please figure out how to work your game? Okay, let's go on there and chat. Wallace Witt. I am Zoab, of white wings and golden brow, born in the radiance of Celestia. For mercy and for justice, I swore to bring down the wall. I am Ramak, the old, the dead. Thrice have I glimpsed godhood, and thrice has that prize been snatched from me. For the knowledge I was promised, I swore to bring down the wall. And I am Seru, the vast and the glorious, who soared the desert skies, blue upon blue. For the debt I owe you, betrayer, I swore to bring down the wall. The god of the dead draws near and our battle is lost. What would you have of your generals? Wait. Okay, stand and fight. The crusade may have failed, but we won't be taken alive. What? That isn't in the script. You're right, this isn't how it goes at all. I thought you said I could make up the lines. Okay, mad guy, use some help. I told everyone you knew this part, but you made a fool of me? Boo, boo. We want our money back. Didn't you just say that I could make up the lines? The actor doesn't even know his part. Something is wrong with his dream. It is not coming from you, but... perhaps we should skip to the final scene where the betrayer is captured and tortured and punished. He won't need to know any lines to play that scene properly. Yes, he'll only need to know how to scream. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, it's a very dangerous enemy here. I'm glad I brought Gann along with me. Oh, Magda is here as well. That's not so good, and she is a caster. Let's see if I can knock her down. And nope, I cannot. What about you, Vespergin? There's a werewolf and maybe an Umber Hulk, or I'm not sure what that is, actually. A Medusa? No? Or maybe a genie? I'm not quite sure what that is, but I like this idea of Hamlet's play within a play. You know, where we're playing a game, but it's kind of like a mirror reflecting back on us when we watch our character, who we're playing in the game, is also playing another person in the game. It's sort of like one of those barber's mirrors where you see on and on and on into infinity. The thing just keeps going and going and going. You know, who's the dream, who's the reality. This is why one of the reasons why I absolutely adore Pathologic, because it also follows that inner-directed play within a play idea. The betrayer will return, and we will wait for him, as we promised. We will watch for the opening at the gate. Look for us. On the day the betrayer returns, we will storm the City of Judgment at his side, and our oaths will be fulfilled at last. That dream was powerful, and there was much truth in it, I think. The portal will lead us onward. Okay, so what I think they're talking about there is that at the end of the game, when we actually storm the Wall of the Faithless, we are going to find these three guys who have been waiting, apparently, for 1,000 years. And they become our allies again. One is a demi-lich, which is like an all-powerful super lich. And one is an angel from the heavens. One is a blue dragon, I think. But anyway, there's no telling where this portal leads. Okay, we'll go in. So I guess I should have said wait and leave and come back. Okay, so there's another save. Oh, Mind Flayer. Whoa, this is a reflection of a Mind Flayer who was trapped here. Yeah, let's go to his prison. I don't want to see the inside of a Mind Flayer's brain. That's weird. Oh, it's the guy from out there? Or I can't even tell one name from another with these guys. Okay. Gulb, ouch. Did Il-Sensine send you to rescue me, or are you with the Githyanki? I'm here to slay you, because you're bad. Oh, catch me if you can! I don't want to be nice to a Mind Slayer. They're not good boys. I will not be caught. Gulb, ouch. Hope he can't, oh no, he's dead. I was about to say, could he extract my brain if he attempted to? Okay. Nope. So maybe there are Githyanki in here. There must be some sort of weird maze or pattern of how the doors work in here. So I'm just going to try to leave. Okay, good. So that was kind of like a little side dream that we didn't need to go on, I guess? Okay. I love this area. This looks really cool and sort of science fiction-y. And the music is great here, too. Okay, yeah, we'll enter the portal. Okay, this is the area that leads to the citadel of Kalemvor, the god of the dead. And here's Ahriman, Akashi's brother. Is he still a friend?
That black portal before us. It is not something native to our world, or even the realm of
Well, the
dreams.
portal looks like us.
It began here. I stood at the betrayer's side, at my brother's side. They were gathered around us, celestials, dragons, mortals, both alive and dead. Did the room expand to hold such a host, or is my memory
Yeah, how
too
is a
small?
dragon supposedly fitting in here? You're Ahriman, a red wizard of Thay. You're the one who usurped Sophia's academy. Oh wait, no, that's not. This isn't Akashi's brother. This is. No, it says it. Yeah, how could he be his brother? Yeah. I was not always a red wizard. Okay.
The last time I laid eyes on that door, I was nothing but a younger brother, a shadow of a better and wiser man. We stand before the betrayer's gate, a door that should not be. Rest your eyes upon its edges and its grooves. Watch them carefully, and you can sense the wrongness. Death and life flow together in that simple slab of rock. Pass through it, and you will see the place of final judgment.
The place of final judgment? What place is that? Well, I kind of know this, but whatever.
The Grey City and its wall of screaming souls. Some call it the Fugue Plane, but its names have been many, and the priests of the Death God remember them all. Passage to that forlorn realm is granted only by death. But this gate provides another way, a forbidden way. A way that my brother opened with his silver blade. I swear to you, if I could take it back, if I could make him see.
Oh, and there's Sophia.
Sophia? No. Wait, it only seems to be her.
I thought she had a
So
Harry Potter
close.
wand there for a second, but I think she has a dagger.
You? Make him see? Ahriman, you flitting shadow. You are nothing but a leaf born by a great storm.
You're not Sophia, are you?
Ahriman, why do you hunt me? You would destroy everything your brother strove for, render his sacrifice meaningless.
Not to destroy, to set things right. How could I choose my brother over my god? Yes, I was a feeble, flitting thing when I passed through that door. I was born by my brother's storm, but I learned from his folly. He set mortal love above the gods, so he paid the price. And we paid with him, you and I.
Be cautious. I think choosing one over the other will lead to bloodshed in this dream.
You're hunting a woman because your god commands it?
Yes, I faltered once for love of my brother, but the lesson of the Crusade, of my brother's suffering, has reforged my will and my faith. Understand this, I cannot betray my god again.
And, the betrayer would have wanted you kept safe.
He wanted nothing more. All he did, all he suffered.
Oh, the Akeshi
was
wasn't
love.
just driven by ideals, he was driven by the fact that his girlfriend was going to be sentenced to the wall of the Faithless because she was an atheist, or the D&D equivalent of that. She was someone who refused to worship the gods. So he didn't want her to suffer the tortures of having her soul ripped apart. That's interesting. There is no greater ideal than love. Let the gods fume and rant. Mortals will follow their heart no matter the consequence. Then she is right, Ahriman. In hunting her, you betray your brother's trust. If this betrayer was great, he would not have failed. You both suffer the consequences of his weakness. You cannot ask a man to forsake his god. Yeah, you can. Even so, Ahriman's hand has been forced. You can't blame him for following the commands of his god. You're both suffering if the fault is not your own. I guess I could try for this one, but I want to go for this one because it's more chaotic. There's no greater ideal than love.
Love may care for itself
and Gann
in its
let
own
that.
way, ideal or not. But anything that makes pretender gods fume and rant warms my heart.
Spoken like the betrayer himself, always selfish, always believing that his dreams were grander, that his loves were stronger and not to be denied. And she is selfish too. She sows suffering in love's name. Let the heavens fall and roast in the pits of hell. If love was served by such as this, she would care not.
We have to fight everybody now? Do we piss... Oh, well, we piss somebody off. So there's like... Oh, that's right. So I think Sophia was actually like split into different personalities. Again, with the theme of masks, like you're a different person when you wear a different mask, you know, which is another fascinating idea that I really love, that we're like, we're different people. I mean, every 5 to 10 years, we shift into a different person. And our acts back then may be something that we're embarrassed by or think are ridiculous or comical, or we just don't understand it. It feels like a different person did them. So we wear a number of masks in our life, you know, our job, our family, our political mask, our mask of our love and everything. And Akashi's mask must have combined together, you know. His love made him enraged that that Sophia, or his girlfriend, was going to get trapped in the wall of the Faithless, and his political beliefs with his god and religious beliefs merged when he began to be disgusted by the torture and suffering that people had by not worshipping them. Oh god, do I have to reload? Is he invisible or something? Or ethereal? I don't know if I can actually just wait here for a significant amount of time for that to go away, or spirit form? What will that do? Can I attack him in spirit form? No, it doesn't look like it. Chastise spirits? May have to reload. This is so obnoxious. Nope, I can't even target him with a spell. Can I talk to you? Okay, there we go. We just have to talk. And love overcomes it as it always must. Thank you. That is all, and the exit to the Coven is revealed again, but the meaning of this dream eludes me. It's pretty clear to me that we're going to learn more stuff about Sophia later on, and her relationship with Akeshi. I think Sophia is also weirdly kind of in love with your main character, too. And that's explained by the fact that she's not really in love with you, but she's a mask fragment of the soul of someone who loved Akeshi, and Akeshi is possessing you. So that's what happens. The reflection of a human bard who was trapped here. Travel to that prison. I think there might be a demon we have to make a deal with in one of these. But if we don't have high persuasion skills, it's going to be difficult. Okay. Durler. Ah, newcomer. Welcome, sir. Come to play Hells, have you? Hells? Yes, sir, Hells. It is an entirely original game of my own creation. I am proud to say. Tell me about this place. Didn't you read the sign at the door when you came in? This, sir, is the Lonely Wench. Iconic name, if you ask me, since no women are allowed in here. Why aren't women allowed? What, sir, are you new in town? Wenches aren't allowed in here to keep the hags out. Hags? Yes, hags, sir. Horrible witches and ugly as a furnace, but they can disguise themselves. How? That's how they got that farmer Brody. Poor sot thought he could go going home with a buxom wench. He's luckier than most, though since he actually returned alive. How did he survive? Well, Brody never talked much about it, sir. He came back short one toe with a chunk of his thigh bitten off. All he said was, "Thank the gods my manhood is too small and I taste like compost." You mentioned playing Hells? Yes, sir, Hells. Yeah, let's play this. Excellent, sir. I'll explain the rules. Listen closely because I will not ever repeat myself. Tell me the rule. Hells is a game of deduction, sir, inspired by the 9 hells of Beator, Avernus, Dis, Menauros, Phlegethos, Stygia, Malboge, Meladomini, Kenya, and Nessus. I will think 4 hells, and you, sir, will have 9 guesses to determine what I have in mind. If you get one of the hells correct, and in the correct order, you will have a devil. If you get one of the hells correct, but not in order, then you have a demon. I don't know what game this is similar to. I don't know about card games. But anyway, very well, let's play Hells. Yes, sir, before we begin, let's agree on the wager. Have no cares for wealth. I can see about imagining some into being for you to play with. For you simply concentrate on the game, and I shall do the rest. Alright, let's wager your fate gold, then. To tell the truth, sir, I have been breaking even for the longest time, so I cannot afford to make a large bet. I'll wager a medium amount. Which of the hells will be your first choice, sir? Cania. And the second one? Maladomini. And the third one? Phlegethos. And the fourth? Nessus. The hells you chose were Cania, Maladomini, Phlegethos, Nessus. You got no devils, but you did get 2 demons. You still have 8 guesses remaining. Oh boy. Let's try Maladomini, Cania, Stygia, and Dis. Single devil and a single demon. So one of them was in the right order. So I'm going to go with Maladomini, Avernus, Kanya, and Malbolge. Maladomini, Avernus, Kanya. No devils, but you did get a single demon. Okay. Okay, let's see, Malbolge, Dis, Avernus, Cania. I have 1 devil. Let's try okay, so Malbolge is not any one of them. We have a lone devil. What can it be? Only 2 guesses left. Let's see if I can do this. Cania, Dis, Phlegethos, Stygia. Nessus, Minoros, Stygia, Cania. One more decent game and I can go home? Okay. Let's play Hells. Tell me the rules again. I want to go over this. 9 guys. I feel like I should be writing this down, but I don't feel like it. I don't know if I'm going to have to reload or if you just, continue on and fail. Okay, let's play Hells. Large amount. Which will be your first choice? Okay. Okay, so Dis is on there. So Dis and Minoros are on there. Dis, Minoros, Phlegethos. Okay, Minoros, Phlegethos, Dis, and Nessus. Four hells I'm thinking of. What's good? I wish you good fortune, Sam, walking with yours. Are they going to take my actual gold or something? Don't know how that worked. Maybe he's going to take the actual gold. I don't know. Okay, let's leave. Is our gold gone? No, it isn't. Okay, I mean, we did something there. Okay, go back into the portal. That was a pretty dull little mini-game there. I don't know. If somebody knows what card game that was or what game, please tell me. Okay, this is the Wall of the Faithless, the end stage of the game. I think we're going to talk to Bishop, the chaotic evil ranger. Yep, that we saw in the last one. The air is thick with screams. They rise like a symphony under a dead gray sky. Each note, a shriek of rage, a plea for mercy, or a moan of despair. This is a dream, it seems? Corvus, Doyani. The sound of your name is hoarse and distant, yet it cuts through the din of voices, coming from a twisted but familiar form that lies embedded in the wall just ahead. Okay, let's see what he has to say.
The man you knew as Bishop lies encased in a quivering greenish mold. His limbs are twisted at odd angles, as if they are broken. His face, frozen in a grimace of pain, barely clears the surface of the wall, like the face of a drowning man gasping for... His eyes meet yours, and you realize that all the color has drained from his hair and his flesh. One of his eyes is completely white and bulging.
What? This wall? I knew where I was going when I died. Oblivion is a finer bedfellow than most. Though on a cold night, with a roaring campfire, and no words, I might allow for one or two exceptions.
Who is this one? He speaks as if he knows you.
Have you assembled a new circus of capering beasts? Does the pretty hag spawn sing for his supper? Or does he dance as well?
How do you know what a hag spawn is? There are no hag spawn around the Sword Coast, I don't think. Gann does what he pleases, and he's better company than you ever were.
I could not have
More
said it
influence,
better.
but it's
Although
useless
perhaps with a
influence now.
slight
I don't
bit
know
more
if this is
defiance.
important
Does
anymore.
what he pleases.
After his big quest
In other
line with his
words,
mother.
the hag spawn barely follows orders, and you wouldn't trust him to lace up your boots.
At once, the wall shudders, convulses. The twisted figures trapped within cry out as one as the entire wall shifts. Limbs shudder, bones crack, and the greenish mold expands, covering faces, eyes, and mouths. The smirk leaves Bishop's face, replaced for one naked moment by wide-eyed fear.
Can you hear it? In the screams. Underneath the screams. The reason you're here. They all know.
This is something my own personal philosophy is about. I find it wretched and abhorrent that certain religions cast people into eternal torture. I think that's absurd and primitive and vicious and evil. And I despise that people enjoy believing that. That eternal torture, no matter how evil you are, eternal torture is never justified. I didn't come here for any these other doomed souls, they know why I'm here?
They've been here longer. Decades. Centuries. The wall's hunger takes some more quickly than others, and some hold on, pointlessly, staving off oblivion, battling for every moment. They're infected with hope, waiting for the Crusade to return.
The Betrayer's Crusade, what do you know about it?
Bishop's one good eye loses focus. It seems to look through you, beyond you. The screams and cries of the other souls become quieter, as if they are suddenly listening to his words.
It ended here. This wall. It hungers. It drains everything away.
This place reminds me a little bit of another Planescape Torment area, the Pillar of Skulls in Beator. What ended here? The Betrayer's Crusade?
I am not certain of that. There is something.
For a moment,
Bishop's eye seems to clear. He looks at you, takes in your face as if for the first time.
As if for the first time.
I saw you. Here. I saw you in the wall.
You saw me? Are you certain? Oh, guy, I think our soul is trapped in the wall now. Because when Akeshi's soul goes into us, our soul goes to the wall. So we're always constantly driven by the hunger and the desire to go save ourselves.
No. It was someone else. You're a mask. Nothing but a mask.
The wall shudders again, and you hear a sickening crack as Bishop is drawn further back into the wall. Green mold rushes in to cover his face and bursts forth from his mouth in a noxious plume.
He's seen you. The god of the dead. They're coming.
Again, the god of the dead. There is some game being played here, with ancient rules.
They're coming.
Oh, whoops. Frenzy. Yeah, he's got some demons here, okay. Oh, pit fiends, whoa, that's, even Gandalf could barely defeat one of these. I think there are demons or devils actually called Balrogs in D&D, I'm not sure. I think so. Please attack. Why were you not attacking? Like, sometimes just randomly they decide not to attack, and maybe it's because, like, the enemy turns invisible, or he casts some kind of spell and it resets the attack command, and you have to do it again so it can have another dice roll or something, which is really miserable. People who are playing Baldur's Gate 3 now and seeing how amazing it is are really lucky. They don't know how annoying and how unoptimized games were back in the day.
Maybe my
D&D
instincts
at
speaking
least.
falsely. But I think it may benefit us to examine the section of wall where your friend used to be.
Okay, examine the wall.
The noxious green mold has closed over Bishop's face and head. One of his hands still protrudes from the wall, contorted around an object that lies half buried in the mold.
I'll try to pry the object free.
You dig into the mold around Bishop's hand. The surface is soft, feathery, like moss, but underneath it becomes firm, with hidden barbed edges capable of tearing flesh or holding it fast. At last, the object comes free. It is a piece of a mask, pale and maggot gray. It drinks in the light as if hungering, but reflects none.
A third mask fragment to join the other two. Curious.
That's interesting. And let's go back to the dreamscape. And there is... Do we go into the Slumbering Coven or into the Human Wizard? Let's go to the Wizard's place. See what he has to say. Yes. Yeah, this is the demon where you have to bargain contractually for his life. Okay. There's got to be something I'm overlooking. Something Oh, you there. You have to help me. Perhaps. What seems to be the problem? This vile creature, claims to have the right to my soul. Why would it claim that? Well, it says it was all in the contract I signed. Well, you signed a contract with a devil? Not that is, I did sign a small agreement, so yes, I suppose yes. What were the terms of this agreement? Not my soul, that's for sure. We simply agreed on a number of favors he would grant me if I did certain things for them. Do you have a copy of this agreement? Yes, but I need to keep looking through it. I'm sure he has another copy of on his person just to taunt me with it in case I lose mine. What kind of favors was he supposed to grant? Oh, or a little of this, a smidgen of that. It's all in the contract, I'm sure. What did you have to do for him? As you might imagine, nothing you care to mention in the presence of a paladin of Tyr. If you simply must know the gritty details, I'm sure they're all in the contract. Yeah, I'll see if he has a copy. Enzibur. This creature smiles at you knowingly as if you glance in his direction. With skin tinged slightly red and two small horns protruding from its head, there's no mistaking this creature for a human. Greetings, my friend. I hope our good friend Ferris here hasn't concerned you overmuch with talk of our business relationship. He says you have claims on his soul. Is there any truth to that? Why, yes, but that is only because I do have a claim to his soul. It's all explicitly stated in the contract. Do you have a copy? Of course, here you may peruse it at your leisure. If you have any questions about it, feel free to ask. I will do that. Okay. Scroll to a length of approximately 30 feet. Features a tiny, precise script written in a reddish ink, presumably blood, on a material that you'd rather not consider too carefully. What a little... it's like human skin, like the Necronomicon. While a little of the writing is in a language you cannot decipher, majority is written in common. Okay, let's activate it. Okay. After unfurling the scroll, you realize that it would take far too long to read it to its entirety. Perhaps it would be better to find a relevant section. Start at the beginning. A maddeningly long piece of text starts the document by declaring the omnipotence of someone named Asmodeus, and declaring the inevitable victory of the devils over their long-hated foes, the demons. Skip ahead. Further on, you find a passage that pertains to the matter at hand. I, Ferris Windlehelm, do enter into a binding agreement with the devil Enzibur for an unspecified length of time. The terms of the agreement exist in accord with the tenets laid out in the Pact Primeval, which states that... The text continues on for many pages, citing a document of some considerable importance to devils. Find the page about what favors Ferris needed to perform. The section regarding what favors were granted is located a few pages into the document. A short passage prefaces the section, followed by a bit of text, much smaller than the rest, after which the favors themselves are explained. Read the smaller text. Each favor shall be granted but once and have a duration of 1 year, renewable each time the signee fulfills the obligations of a new favor. Should a favor's duration run out without being renewed, it can be granted again for another year starting from the date the signee fulfills the obligations for another item on the list. Read the part where the favors are explained. There are 5 favors listed total, and each specifies the condition required for it to be granted. They seem to have an order of sorts, with the later favors requiring more from the signee. Okay, what's the first one? To the favor of one powerful magical item, unspecified, the signee must inflict pain on a helpless being. Okay, that's number 2. To the favor of increased skill in one area of endeavor, the signee must perform a mischievous act upon a hated foe. And the 3rd, for the favor of a wish of limited proportions, the signee must cast a spell of evil nature. And the 4th, for the favor of increased mental ability, the signee must cause grievous harm to another being. And the 5th, finally, for the favor of supreme magical power, the signee must cause, directly or indirectly, the death of another. Okay, go to a different part of the contract. Now skip to the end. The final part of the scroll is more mind-numbing legal jargon before ending with a signature that clearly reads Ferris Windlehelm. Below is a long string of neatly written symbols. Slightly above the signature, you notice a section of incredibly small text. I bet without lore we can't read the symbols. The symbols are arranged in a neat row and appear to be comprised of sharply written lines in odd geometric patterns. After a few moments, you realize that what you're looking at can only be Enzibur's signature. Okay. Examine the tiny text. The text is written so small that you can barely make it out, but if you hadn't been carefully examining the document, it would likely that you missed it altogether. It reads, furthermore, the signee agrees that should all services be rendered unto the provider, and all favors for such services granted in response, that the signee's immortal soul become the sole property of the provider for all eternity. All services be rendered unto the provider, and all favors for such services granted. So if he didn't do all favors and all services granted, then he doesn't have to give his soul. Okay. Stop examining the contract. Okay. Let's go chat with our stupid mage friend. Well, he's wrong, right? It doesn't say anything about giving it my soul. I made sure that none of the things I had to do with him involved my soul in any way. Actually, it does. It does where? Right here at the bottom, it says that if you complete all the terms of the contract, your soul becomes his property. Oh gods, I didn't even see that. I just checked the conditions and signed the stupid paper. You just signed a contract with the devil? Are you insane? Well, you don't have to be so accusatory, I'll admit. Yeah, I do. It wasn't the brightest thing I've ever done. No argument there. How did you get into this mess to begin with? It all began several years ago. I was one of 2 apprentices under the tutelage of Master Wizard Galban of Telflam. At first my studies went well, but then the other apprentice Iltheus began to pull ahead of me. Go on. The master began to get upset that he had to teach us at different rates, and he started assigning me menial tasks so that he could spend more time with Iltheus. It became so unbearable that I went to look for another teacher. What happened then? Our prospective leader who lived nearby was a summoner, but I arrived early to our meeting and he hadn't returned home yet. Instead, I found that thing in a circle in the corner of the room waiting for me. What did you do? I was about to go outside to wait for him when the creature began speaking to me. What did it say? The first talk we had was pretty ordinary. It asked why I was there and and then what my life with Galban and Iltheus was like. Did you sign the contract during that first talk? No, I returned home, but Enzabur began to visit me whenever Galban and Iltheus went out, and we eventually came to an agreement. I see. What kind of an agreement? Nothing too drastic. The first contract he offered me was what you could expect from a devil, with my soul as the price and everything. But you turned it down? Oh yes, and if I didn't, and if I'd actually be stupid enough to sign my soul away. But you did. You were stupid enough to sign your soul away. Let's not get distracted. Now, where were we? Oh yes, we eventually came to terms where we could simply exchange a few favors. Then what happened? At some point the favors vanished. I still have no idea why. So what did you do? I summoned Enzabur. Unfortunately, Iltheus burst into my room and caught me talking to him. He immediately began threatening to tell the master. What did you do? Without thinking, I cast a spell at him. It wasn't quite so quick to run to the master after being doused with acid. Fortunately, I had an area silence spell memorized as well. You wouldn't believe how much he screamed. Ouch, what happened then? I fled. I grabbed a few of my things and just started running. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away before the master discovered what I had done. It didn't take long for him to find me, though. And you killed him, right? I didn't kill anyone. What makes you think I could do something like that? Well, let's see, you consort with devils, burn people with acid. Not to mention... Enough, so I'm not a paladin, but I didn't kill my master. Acid-attack people are pure evil. They're as bad as murderers. You must believe me. Just tell me what happened. Alright, what happened next, assuming you didn't kill him? He said it was dangerous, and he began chanting a spell. I didn't know what to do. I closed my eyes and was cowering when I heard the crackling of energy, and then a harumph of surprises. So what happened? I opened my eyes and he was gone. I searched the area where he had been standing and only found some dust. I was scared out of my mind. And then? I was staying at an inn about a day's ride from Telflam when I found a letter in my pack. It said that the terms of our contract were complete, and that my soul would become Ember's property upon my death. So now you're trying to get out of it. Haha, yes, I'm trying to get out of it. Oh, hells yes, I'm trying to get out of it. Wouldn't you? I suppose so. Do you have any clues on how to get out of the contract? Very little, I'm afraid. I've been researching infernal contracts for weeks now with little progress due to the subject matter. People look at you differently when you tell them you want to find out about making pacts with devils, you know. Did you discover anything useful? Only a little bit about Beatazu lore from anyone of real authority. I have found some interesting things and stories written about infernal contracts, however. Okay, what did you learn about Beatazu lore? Well, for the first accounts I've read by summoners crazy enough to have frequent dealings with Beatazu say they're sticklers for detail, and always try to do things that, within the rules they set for themselves. That would be a little limiting, wouldn't it? Yeah. They're exactly what the books and the demon viewpoint regarding what Beatazu is. Are you comparing me to a demon? No, I was just pointing out an odd coincidence. Right, so what about the stories? What were they? How were they helpful? Actually, there were 2 general themes to the stories I found. In the first type, adventurous mortals managed to escape from their contracts by using their wits. What did you learn from these stories? In the stories, the mortals always escaped their contracts by either finding some type of error in the contract or proving the devil broke the rules somehow. The rules? Oh, so maybe there's an error, or maybe the rules? The stories were always a little hazy on the details of the rules the devils followed. I think most of the ones used in the stories were made up, as the authors didn't really know anything about the topic themselves. So we don't know what rule Enzavar might have broken. Sadly, no. You might be able to learn a little more from him, though. I'd rather look over the contract again. I want to ask about Ferris, if you must. This is going to be a dreadfully boring line of questioning, though, I can assure you. What makes you think you have a claim to his soul? He fulfilled the condition of our contract. That's not difficult to understand, is it? But there were portions of the contract that were extremely hard to read. Don't you think it's a little unfair? Hardly. Ferris had as much time as he liked to examine the contract before he signed. If there was a portion he disagreed with, he could have refused to sign it. The Beatazu, if you couldn't tell, are lawful evil, so they try to trick people like the stereotypical packed with Mephistopheles kind of devil, rather than the demons that are just about tormenting and killing. But he didn't know about the part about his soul. Ignorance is no excuse, mortal, in this and every other facet of life. Okay. Questions about the contract. I'd like to know about infernal contracts in general. My favorite subject, what would you like to know? What type of contracts are there? There are two main varieties, but nearly limitless variations of those two. The first type of contract is known as the Pact Certain. It is a simple and binding agreement where an immortal offers up his soul, and a Beatazu specifies what will be given for it. What's the other type? The other type is known as the Pact Insidious. It is a compact composed of a list of lesser favors a mortal can receive if specific acts are performed. And that's the one Ferris side, right? Exactly. I had offered him a Pact Certain initially, but he shied away from the topic of his soul was brought up. Quite a shame, really. It would have kept things much simpler. Okay. How does one get out of a contract? You don't. Contracts are binding agreements and as such are enforced harshly. Define harshly. One possible punishment involves sending a pack of infernal hounds to tear the Oathbreaker to shreds, his remains scattered to the winds. From there, the measures only get worse. So there's no way to get out of one. No, none of the contract is well written. So if there was a flaw in the contract somewhere, a mortal could get out of it. I suppose so. I can't imagine a Beatazu who would be so careless, though. And that's it? There's no other way out? Well, I suppose if the Beatazu in question were to inadvertently break the stipulations of the contract, it would become null and void. The same would happen if the Beatazu broke any of our laws in carrying out the contract. Okay, can I talk to you again? No. Anything else in this room? Doesn't look like it. This is a pretty fancy inn he's staying in. He must have some gold. Questions about the contract. By all means, a fine piece of work. I'd like to know about the favors and conditions. Getting right to the meat of the document, I say. The section is actually pretty standard as far as such things go. I promise to do certain favors for a mortal in exchange for particular services they can do for me. What kind of favors? Oh, many things. Some people want to be stronger, richer, or have certain problems, shall we say, taken care of. We are happy to oblige as long as they fulfill the conditions we set. What sort of conditions? The conditions we require mortals to fulfill are generally small matters that are only of interest to my kind. Such as? Oh, petty acts such as theft, cruel acts such as torture, and finally, terrible acts like murder. But what do you gain by forcing mortals to do such acts? It's quite like your mortal jobs. If I perform well in the task, I stand a chance of being promoted. And if you do poorly, I find it better not to think in those terms. Yeah, I think you can actually go up and down levels of different types of demon until you're reduced to some sort of gibbering, devilish, maggot-like creature. And I think the hags actually eat these maggots, or they're involved in their ecology some way. Okay, I had another question. What sort of conditions? The conditions we require mortals to fulfill are generally small matters that are only of interest to my okay, yeah. Well, as we as Beatazu have a certain vested interest, as it were, in the things people do if we make them do certain things that benefits us. You grow stronger by making mortals misbehave, you mean? That's a rather simplistic view of things, but no less correct. Okay, How is, let's see here, inflicting pain on a helpless being doing you a service? It corrupts the one performing the service, of course. That's what we do. After all, corrupt mortals, you were aware of that, you were not? Yes, I was just testing. Actually, I wasn't. What's the purpose of corrupting mortals? What a fascinating line of inquiry. It is so rare for a mortal to wonder what we get out of our bargains. It is always me with them. Very well, I'd be delighted to explain it to you. Beatazu, or devils as you mortals refer to us, have a unique economy that is based on souls. The more souls a devil possesses, the richer and more powerful he is. The main problem is collecting them. Collecting them? Yes, we can't just grab a mortal soul when they die, though certain unsavory elements have been known to do just that. There are rules that govern these things, you see, and if nothing else, a Beatazu always follows the rules. What kind of rules? Well, when a mortal dies, his soul goes to his god. If a mortal doesn't worship any particular god, his soul becomes the property of the god of the dead. Oh, it's linking back to Akeshi. It sounds like all mortal souls are accounted for then. Where do you get yours? Excellent question. We are only allowed to take the souls of those who have been bargained with us. Thus you can see the importance of our contracts. But a mortal has to actually agree to give you that soul, don't they? True, but we can offer them so much for their paltry little souls. Money, power, love, fame. All can be had for just one soul. It's almost as if we were getting the raw end of the deal, you know. If you say so, what's the point of simply corrupting someone then? To understand that, you'd have to understand how gods operate. While evil mortals think they will be rewarded for their years of devotion to their gods, that is almost never the case. You see, if an evil soul heads to an afterlife, it means they died. Well, that's obvious. But don't you see, when was the last time you heard of an evil warlord dying of old age? Most of the time, when an evil person dies, it's because they were killed, which in their god's eyes means they failed. Oh, I see where that's going. Yes, the afterlife waiting for most evil souls is not exactly pleasant. We offer them an alternative. I see. Well, that clears that up. Can I ask you another question? Can I go back to this guy? Questions about the contract. Okay, did he really fulfill all the conditions in his contract? Oh yes, he had a slow start to be sure, but he finished up rather quickly. All in all, he will be one of the more lucrative endeavors this century. What do you mean a slow start? Well, at first he was reluctant to perform any of the tasks asked of him. It's a fairly natural reaction, and one I've long been accustomed to dealing with. But then he performed the rest quickly. Once the first few tasks were out of the way, he attacked the rest with gusto. I believe he completed more than half of the contract in just a few days. Nope, can't talk to him again. Now, how did he finish quickly? Byakuzu Law. Okay, you may as well ask for the ocean to be served to you in a thimble, but I will try. Byakuzu Law is based on the concept of volition. Mortals are our property by divine decree so long as they willingly give themselves to us. But there are rules. Always there are rules. Under no circumstances is a Byakuzu allowed to coerce a mortal into signing a contract. The same applies to the fulfillment of a contract, in whole and in part. What do I mean? What does that mean? That means, dear mortal, that we sit back and let you do the majority of the work. Interesting. Okay, I had a few leads, but I'll need to ask you some questions. Okay, we can talk to him again. Let's talk about the favors. The contract says you have to fulfill their conditions in order to lose your soul. But that's just it. I never fulfilled all of them. I performed a few of them, sure, but not all. Why don't we go over each favor individually? I think this is where we get them. It says that you need to inflict pain on a helpless creature as a condition of the first favor. Did you do that? Sadly, yes. I cast a minor cantrip on Ithias's rabbit familiar. How it ran. Did you receive a powerful magic item, like it says in the contract? If you can call it that, the next morning I discovered a tome of infernal spells at the foot of my bed. I can't even read infernal. When did you fulfill this condition? It was the first condition I fulfilled since I thought it sounded the most harmless. Yeah, but you tortured a bunny, so that's not harmless. Let's ask about a different favor. The second one required you to perform a mischievous act. Did you do that? Haha, yes, I made one of Ithias' potions explode in his face when he presented it to Galban. He had been bragging about that potion for a week. Served him right. Did you receive increased skill in one area of endeavor? Actually, yes, the following week I started noticing a change in my potion making. It began to come to me naturally. Pretty soon I had surpassed Ithias. Master Galban even complimented me one day on what a fine potion I had made. And it only costed your soul. Well, it only cost me... Haha, that's right. What am I going to do? Okay, let's talk about the third. When did you fulfill this condition? Shortly after the first, maybe a day or two. The third favor. No, I didn't. That's it. That's my way out. Did you hear that, Enzabur? I never cast an evil spell. So your contract is nothing but scrap paper, huh? Master Ferris, you do not recall that you summoned me to answer your questions that day Master Ithias discovered us talking, don't you? Yes, because your other favors all vanished, you cheat. And you do realize that summoning a denizen of the Nine Hells would be considered evil in most circles, right? Well, when you put it that way, oh, gods, I did cast an evil spell. I'm doomed! Calm down. I mean, you are correct. I must not panic. Did you ever receive this wish of unlimited power mentioned in the contract? A wish? No, I didn't. Wait, that must be when I have a wish left. It would make sense. I wished I'd never signed that contract. Did it work? It doesn't look like it. Hells, I must have already used the wish at some point. Any idea when? Not really. I guess it's not important now. It was worth a try. Ready to get back to the questioning? When did you fulfill the condition? I finished this 1/3 about a year after the first two. Let's talk about the other favors. Fourth, grievously wound. I guess that's the acid. Yes, I suppose the Ithias and the whole acid bath incident would account for that. You're right. Did you become more intelligent, as it says? Yes, I noticed immediately that things became easier to put together and understand. Not that it helped, seeing as how I spent that moment onward running for my life. When did you fulfill that? I suppose I completed this 1/5, however long it was between summoning Enzabur and Ithias finding us. You're right. Did you become intelligent? Let's look at the other favors. Okay, the 5th. No, I never killed anyone. I never did. I swear it. Did you become more powerful? It must be difficult to believe, but I wasn't always the fearsome wizard you see before you now. A few 10 days ago, I was still an eager but inexperienced apprentice. Which means you received the reward. The question is, who did you kill? No one. I've never even seen a dead body, thanks be to Kalimvor. What about this? You did say you hurt him bad. Maybe he died of the wounds. Impossible. I checked him myself before fleeing, and while the acid was probably leaving a lasting mark or 10, the wounds were not mortal. What about Galban? Well, I certainly didn't kill him, although what happened was rather odd. One moment he was advancing on while casting a spell, and the rest he was gone. Did you cast a spell on him? No, I was too scared. I wouldn't have done any good anyway. He would have swept any spell I knew away with a wave of his hand. All I did was cringe and wish him away. Wait, you made a wish? In a manner of speaking, I didn't say out loud, I wish my master would go away. But I did think it over and over at the time. It says in the contract that the third favor was a wish of limited power. Since Galban attacked you after you summoned Enzabur, you would have had a wish. You're right. Oh, gods, I did it. I'm responsible for my master's death. Galban had friends, powerful friends. Oh, God. What exactly did you wish for? I just kept wishing that he'd go away, that's all. Interesting. This may be the key to this whole puzzle. Really? I believe so. Anyway, ready for more questions? Absolutely. It sounds like we're making progress. I want to talk about something else. Enzabur said that if there was something wrong with contracts, it wouldn't be binding. Think that angle might help us? I doubt it. You would have to be an exquisite eye for detail to find anything wrong in that maze of jargon. You can look, but I wouldn't waste my time. You may be right. Maybe if you had a high spot skill, you could see some tiny little flaw in the contract that you could work on. Okay, let's talk again to Enzabur. I think it's the right thing to do to try to free this guy, even though he's clearly evil. Because even if it's his just punishment, it's also empowering devils. So evil is being... An evil mortal is empowering evil devils. So there's no good ending to him suffering. Okay, your contract with Ferris is null and void. Oh, is it? And how exactly do you come to that conclusion? Ferris isn't dead yet. How observant of you, and this affects the contract how? Well, you can't just take his soul while he's alive now, can you? I agree completely. I'll just have to wait until he dies, as I had planned all along. Good, I'm glad you... wait a minute. That didn't help my case at all, did it? No, not in the slightest. Curses. Okay. You broke Beatazu law. Okay, and, oh, you think so, do you? Then regale me with the tale of how I managed to break laws I know by heart, and whose existence you learned of mere minutes ago. You claim that Ferris fulfilled all of the conditions the contract of his own volition, correct? Of course, I didn't coerce him into anything, if that's what you're trying to get at. What about the condition of the final favor? What about it? It required him to kill someone, and he did. And I'm guessing you maintain that he killed his master Galban. Ferris wished him dead. It was only too happy to oblige him and cast the disintegrate spell myself. But Ferris didn't wish him dead. Of course he did. He wished that his master would go away, not that he would die. You were the one who decided to interpret that as a wish for his death. Let's suppose for a moment that you are correct. What does it matter? The wish was made, and here we are. Because by interpreting his wish in that manner, you forced him to fulfill the condition of the last favor. Don't be silly. Nobody forced him. Wait. I'm right, aren't I? I said wait. Let me think for a moment. Think all you want. You broke the law. The contract is null and void. Damn you, mortal. I will not forget this. I don't want to make an enemy of a devil, but, well... it's better to get this guy out of hell. And maybe he'll turn over a new leaf and become good. Good. Make sure you remember the smile on my face now, too. Okay, there we go. Took a long time, but we figured it out. I like this quest, even though it was a lot of reading. What happened? Is it done? Am I free? Indeed. Enzerber's contract with you is no more. Excellent. How did you do it? Really, I must know. He broke the law of his kind by making you complete one of the conditions of the contract. Really? Thank the gods you came along. I never would have... you saved me a great deal of time. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Well, that being said, I really must be off. Thanks again. You're very welcome. Okay, so we can leave now, I think. And maybe now we can finally talk to the Slumbering Coven. If they're ready. Okay, Slumbering Coven.
A change has come over the Chamber of Dreamers. The hideous forms of the Coven are solid now, and whispers fill the room. Hundreds of whispers, resolving themselves slowly into a single voice, which prickles like a swarm of ants inside your skull.
Speak.
You are the Slumbering Coven, the ones who have slept beneath Rashomon.
Yes.
The slayers of my father, the warden of my mother, and the ones who punished her never to sleep, never to dream.
Yes.
Why? She did not attack you. She did not...
She broke our laws, Spawn. The one you travel with, he is the product of such broken laws, as are you. Transgressions must be punished, or they are repeated.
I agree. And that is why we are here to punish you.
No. Not unless you want this place to unravel around you, to see all dreams, all the chambers of this city flooded and gone. To do so would kill you as well, and much farther do we think you have to travel.
Go on, Gann. They should be held to account for what they've done.
My father. What happened to him?
Dead and gone by our law. As her mother gave in to her appetites, so was she forced to devour her own mate, in the manner of all hags, piece by piece, leaving just enough alive to scream.
By your law, you say? Then all I wish is that the same justice be brought upon you, and that you feel its self-same mercy.
You have questions, Spirit Eater? Ask them.
Why did you show me those dreams? What do they mean?
We showed you nothing. You showed us, and we drank deep.
Such was the price of your passage, and of the words we speak to you now.
Then those dreams came from my mind?
From its deepest places, yes. Where dreams mingle with hidden and forgotten things.
Your servant said that your dreams were disturbed and that I was the cause. Is this true?
Yes. You are a tempest of dreams. A whirling storm, devouring dreams and dreamers alike. They swirl around you like leaves, tearing, shifting, blending one into another. It is maddening. We saw you reach out to devour the bear god, and sensed in your hunger the death of all dreams. When such as you walks the land, all that we try to preserve is lost.
Who or what are you?
We are the Coven, the Nine, who sleep and do not wake. We are the endless dream, ever growing, ever living. All that we have seen, all that our dreams have touched, is held here within our hoard. From the dreams of mortals, we salvage much. Visions and hopes and memories. We take these things and gather them here, before mortal minds can forget them.
So you walk unbidden through people's minds?
Yes. Mortals are stupid, forgetful things. We walk in their dreams, and we take what they will only lose.
Came before you not long ago. You gave them advice, something to do with me.
Yes, the White Twin and the Red. The White Twin was Liena. The Red Twin was Nephris.
Nephris, the mother of Sophia?
The pretty one. Her dreams are scattered, nauseating to look upon. She knows not what she is. But yes, the one she calls Mother beseeched our advice and offered her dreams for trade.
Then Nephris and Liena were sisters?
They were sisters of a sort, and they were more than two. They sought to end your affliction, your hunger, to spare you from this suffering.
The whispers seem to draw back from your mind, separating themselves into many different voices. For a few moments, they echo back and forth across the chamber, as if conspiring amongst themselves. Then, abruptly, they resolve again into one.
We are creatures of dreams, not of words. Telling is cumbersome. We will show you what you wish to know.
Alright, show me then.
Out of thin air step two women, one garbed in white, the other in red. You realize at once that you are seeing a dream, a memory, something that occurred here in the past.
See us, hags of the Coven, and know us for what we are.
We beseech your wisdom and bear gifts of dreams to trade. Dreams of a sort even you have never seen.
We have heard tales of you in the dreams of the living, and reflected in the dying minds of those who perished in our sanctum. Your dreams are a treasure, unique in our hoard, like worlds seen through different facets of the same ancient stone. Your question resounds across the infinity of your dreams, but in this place, you must ask it aloud. Speak.
We would know how to end the affliction, the curse that the Rashemi call the Spirit Eater. We have searched so long, Sisters of the Coven.
Tell us how to end the hunger. How can the Eater of Souls be granted peace?
Even in the dream, the whispering of the hags seems to pause, growing quiet for a long moment, as if in reverence or uncertainty. Then...
That affliction is a punishment, meted out by one who once reigned as God of the dead. He alone knows its beginnings, and he alone might bring about its end.
You speak of Myrkul, but he is dead.
We seek an answer, not a riddle. That god of the dead has passed beyond thought or dream. He has been slain and his throne usurped. His knowledge is lost.
Not lost. Myrkul is a corpse, but his thoughts and dreams remain, marooned now inside the rotting hulk of his mind. He dreams endlessly of old enemies come to grief and ancient slights avenged. As long as he is remembered and feared by mortals, even if they are pitiful and few, his dreaming will persist and his mind shall endure.
Then we must speak to a dead god?
It can be done. That is all we would know, Sisters of the Coven. Thank you.
Then this curse is the result of one of your gods? How many gods of the dead do you people have?
Your people? The gods of the dead watch you, Gann of Dreams. All their laws, all their punishments will fall on you as well. And if you do not believe in them, then one of their harshest laws shall be inflicted upon you, to lie within the wall of the Faithless until you dissolve as a fading dream. So keep your defiance if you must, but it will not last when death comes for you.
How long does it take to be dissolved into the wall? If it's a few hours, it's like, okay, yeah. But if it takes decades or even years, that would be nightmarish torture. Did Lien and Nefer succeed? Did they speak to the dead god?
That is a question we cannot answer. The Red Twin has returned to Thay, to her academy. A horror of endless voids and fractured souls. We are blind to all that passes there. The White Twin, Liena, kept portals in her secret room, in the shadow of her theater. One of them is open only to those who know where it leads. Beg passage from her Keeper of Doors, and he will open the way. Beyond that portal lies the Academy, and your answers. But we care not what you do, Spirit Eater. We have spoken enough. You have troubled our dream too long.
So tying again into dreams there, again, my fascinating subject for me about how we take what is not carnate, what is not carnal, what is not flesh, what is not matter, a dream, which is just the electrical thoughts in our brain, and transform it into matter, and the playing back and forth of matter and the energy of dreams and reality, how one affects another, how one needs another to continue to exist, because matter is needed to generate the energy of the dreams, and the dreams are needed to do anything with the matter. You have to have some sort of want or concept there to do something with the matter. So I think that's a really fascinating idea that they're working with, that even a god can die, and he exists like inertia. That sort of resembles the short story Bobak by Dostoevsky about people living out the grinding miserableness of their bourgeois lives even after death, as their souls exist in a cemetery, yelling and arguing at each other before the inertia of their life concludes. But anyway, my apologies, Sisters of the Coven. Just a few more questions and I will leave in peace. No, very well, you've told me all I need to know.
I say we bring their dreaming to an end. Show them the pain of the waking world.
Agreed, I shall not suffer these things to live. I don't think we can fight them, though.
If you end our dream, all that it contains is lost. Imagine the dreams of 1,000 souls, the knowledge of wizards and kings centuries dead, the hopes and loves of men and women and beasts, all contained within our unending dream. Such a trove as has never been assembled, here or anywhere across the plains. This you would destroy for your own selfish whim?
For the sake of the dead souls whose dreams you preserve, I will spare you.
You
I lost
nothing.
a ton with Gann
You
there.
save nothing. The dreams of the dead are
But
only
it's
given
the right
voice
thing
through
to
the
do. It's so
Coven,
stupid to
and
try
only
to
do harm to others.
kill them like that.
Then leave us, Spirit Eater. We have drunk of your dreams, and you have dined on our wisdom. Make what you will of it. We do not believe this knowledge will avail you much. You will succumb to your hunger, as so many have before you, and peace will come to our dreams again.
At once, the whispers fade, retreating into the shadows like a horde of skittering ants. With them, the dream itself flickers and dissolves away.
So they told us what we have to do now. We have to go to the Athean Academy where Sophia's mother lived, and from there we can... oh, there's more items here, I didn't know that. And from that location we can... That's a huge, long dungeon there. That's Sophia's Athean Academy. But from that dungeon we can then go to the god of dreams, I mean not the god of dreams, the dead god Myrkul, and speak to him, and learn how to bring down Kelemvor, the current god of the dead, who is someone obviously the former god of the dead who was usurped, does not particularly like, and is quite happy to see us bring down, so he will be eager to help us end his reign. And he will then hopefully end Akashi's suffering. So let us head back out here. So I'm guessing that there must have been a much bigger quest around the sleeper and maybe rescuing those people, and I don't know if it would have gotten us a mask fragment or whatever, but I mean, you know, I'm not a paladin here, I'm a barbarian. Let's not get it twisted here. So I'm just gonna leave. I guess I could just reload and do that again, but you know. Unless there's something in it for me, I'm not gonna bother. Okay, so... That's the Night Shore. And there is Gugbuglash. And do we have to... Can we talk to these guys about anything?
I am certain.
They would not allow me back into Cavea Kurganis, but they let you in? Disgraceful. Is there any point to talking to him, or... You left good Bug Ash to perish. You shall share his fate. Oh. So he knows that I left his friend to die? Whatever. I'm not even bother talking to Omaga. I guess these creatures can just naturally go into the shadow plane somehow, which is... it's weird. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the Far Realm, with all of these sort of Lovecraftian creatures in the swamp there. But I think I'm going to see if I can enter the dreams of that young lady. Oh, there he is. Ah, you've returned and the earth elemental is destroyed. I'll take my payment now. Since you survived, here is your reward. Pleasure doing business with you. Now I must return to my home plane to complete preparations for the new arrival. We may meet again, but I doubt it. Okay, that's fine. Fantomi... Why are there two Fantomis? Is that... Oh, that's right. He did say that he was like a fisherman or something. Okay, whatever. Not important. Not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it. Okay. And we got a level out of it in 100,000 gold pieces, so that's pretty sweet. Oh! We've maxed out the Frenzied Berserker class at level 10. Okay. Well, I'll just continue leveling as a barbarian then. Let's see. Intimidate. I barely even remember what parry does. Does it really knock weapons aside in combat? It didn't seem super useful. Just damaging seems useful enough. Let's see if we can... Wells of LaRue... See if we can have a little bit of a chat with that lady in her dreams, now that we have the Dreamwalker ability. Apparently talking with the dead is a spell in Baldur's Gate 3, so they are... that concept is present, you know, a sort of a version of it is out there. So I think I can go in here with Gann, at least, because he's also a spirit walker or dream walker. Okay, dream haunting. Enter Anya's dream. Something blocks you from entering Anya's dream? What? This girl is powerful. We shall both have to concentrate our efforts to enter Anya's dream. Okay. Dreamwalk and Gann, help me enter Anya's dream. Focus with me. Imagine we are opposing gusts of wind, pushing away the clouds, wreathing a tall mountain. Okay. I don't know why her mind would be so powerful. I mean, doesn't seem... No, not weaken spirits. I wanted to do this. And summon creature. Yeah, there we go. And I will summon Orglosh, the ice elemental. Or is Orglosh the name of ice elementals in Rashomon? That may be it. And I think there's a bunch of people we have to fight in here, if I remember right. Sir Ganayev and Anya. Oh, Sir Ganayev. Yes, my dearest Anya. Nothing, I simply love saying your name. And it pleases my ears to hear it, my love. I do believe it is the taste of bile that's rising in my throat. I may be ill, stand away. What? Who is there? Stand back, my love, I shall protect you. Protect her? By the spirit, she's the cause of all this, and you... Ganayev? How can there be two of you? Do you know this half-blooded mongrel, my love? Mongrel? What does that make you, a half of a half? Have a care with your words, villain, or I shall make you dine upon them. Anya, we're here to help you. You sound like father, and I need no help. Do not waste words on these intruders, Anya. Something is wrong here, and I think these others may mean us harm. Enough, I have listened to Father continually accuse my beloved of crimes, of hurting me, and now he sends others to find us and drag me back, away from my love. I am with you, my love. If it's a fight you want, then that is how this must be settled. Yes, Anya, we are demons. Intruders come to destroy you. You'd best surrender. Ooh, it worked. Success, Anya. Look around you. There are horrors everywhere. They will trap you and devour you. All the little werewolves and spiders appear. That's neat. No, my Ganayev will protect me. Yes, my dearest, I will slay these foul beasts for you, and then we shall live in the shade and swap innocent kisses. My Ganayev is a monster too. No, get away. Splendidly crafted. Let's leave here before these corrupted nightmares bore of Anya. Oh. Are they just gonna leave? That's nice. I guess we combat there. Didn't look like too hard a fight, to be honest. Okay, are you better? No! Ah, Father! You have harmed this girl, and to compound our act, you have harmed her intentionally. What? No, I didn't! But I didn't harm her. It was a masterful bit of dream weaving, actually, turning Anya's dream into a nightmare. It's not harming her. Leaving her in the nightmare was harming. And some people say that dreamers never touch the waking world. Here is our proof. I feel a slight bit of remorse at her suffering, but after seeing the indignity of that doppelganger of me, well, it is not as much remorse as I would have the... Anya! Ah, now we can attend to her father. Anya, what have you done, you monster? Oh, I wish I could take credit for it, but it was this one, not I. Save your applause for him. I, in the meantime, will simply enjoy watching you thrash about, especially after the insults you cast upon me when I arrived. You think you'll get away with this? I think not. If it were not for Anya needing my care, I would have hunted you down long ago. Now I'll not let you slip away again, you or your friends. Come to me, my brothers. This monster violated Anya. What? Nothing happened. Is she, like, permanently befuddled by, her, issues that went on there? Storm of Vengeance. How does he have all these Telthor friends? This is weird. I don't even understand what happened. Are they all dead now? No? No, they're not. Something's still going on. There we go. That was weird. Anya? Moan. Okay, you know what? I'm done with this crap. How was I supposed to know that scaring her in the dream would befuddle her mind permanently or something? Whatever, this is not my problem. I am leaving. I have drawn her into reality, the horrors and misery of reality that we all unfortunately have to live in. And that is all I had to do. So now I think I'm going to go back to the main city of Mulsantir and just well, no, I should level these guys up first. Might as well. And I'm going to have a look at the shadow side of Mulsantir. Okay, epic spell Mass Foul. The spell transforms all hostile creatures of medium size or smaller in the area into chickens. The transformation is permanent. No, I think I gotta go for that one. That sounds pretty good. And toughness, so he gets some extra hit points. Yes. And there we go. Alright. So really, I feel like I was unjustly, unfairly thought of as bad there. Because I basically did everything I was supposed to. I just didn't know what the outcome was going to be. I didn't know it was going to create psychic trauma there or something. Okay, Mulsantir. There we go. Okay, let's take a look here. It's taking a fair bit of time to load this this map. That's a little bit odd. I wonder why it was doing that. Keep an eye on your spirit energy bar at all times. As it drops, your character will weaken. Should the bar ever empty, you will die. I think there is a way, if you get that close, to exchange XP for spirit energy. So I think it's basically impossible really to die, because there's that sort of out, but you know, you can still die that way. So we have to go through this portal here into the Plane of Shadow, which I really wanted to show, because I just think it's really, really cool. In a game where I think it's fair to say that I really disliked the aesthetic qualities of the game. It looks pretty crummy, especially for 2006. This concept of having black and white is just, it fascinated me, because I love black and white film and black and white television shows. You know, even when I was a little kid, you know, I was born in the 80s and grew up in, you know, late 80s and 90s. Even then, it was long after black and white had been supplanted by color, decades, but I still loved black and white. I still loved the old Twilight Zone and Outer Limits episodes and old movies from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. I wonder if kids today would be willing to experience a purely black and white video game. Because unlike film and television, which did have a black and white era, black and white doesn't really exist as an era in video games, because they, you know, were born in the 1970s and 80s. So, if you know of any game that's basically black and white, please tell me about it, because I actually have played a game by Harvester Games called The Cat Lady, and some of his games, like Downfall, do have a black and white mixed with color aesthetic. so I think it does look pretty cool. So if you know of any games like that, let me know. But I would like to make an RPG game in a black and white aesthetic. And tell me if you think the kids would go for that. This is a gigantic furnace that was used to punish the transgressors of the original god of the dead, Myrkul. The priest's spirit still refuses to speak to you. But now I can talk to him. Probe the furnace with your powers. You sense a great many spirits within the furnace. Murderers, R-words, petty thieves, and even some innocents, all cremated in the furnace and cursed to remain bound to it. So we're going to have to do something about this furnace if we want to get to the lower levels of the vault. But this area looks so cool. The dead god's vault with all the skulls. It looks awesome. And in black and white looks even better than it would, I think, in color. With just little hints of color with the fire. Wait, what are you doing? I can feel the power you possess. What are you? Well, I'm the victim of a terrible curse, a spirit eater. A spirit eater? I have a vague recollection. When I was still living, I was Myrkul's high priest. The god always mistrusted me because my predecessor, Akeshi. What did Akeshi do? He betrayed Myrkul and he was punished. I have chosen to replace him as high priest because I was the most removed from his association. How was Akeshi punished? I know, but, tell me. What do you know about it? I do not remember the punishment, only that Myrkul was proud of it, which means it must have been grave indeed. Who was cremated here? Besides myself, all of the criminals of the faith that we kept on the lower level were cremated here after they died in their cells. So only the spirits of criminals are contained in the furnace. Most are criminals, but occasionally an innocent will be, I cannot bear to think of it further. The child is one such innocent. How do you know the child is innocent? Because he told me so and I believe him. He was wrongly accused of mutilating his family and then burning down a temple of Myrkul. No child is capable of such an act. Children do not have the capacity for evil. They can be pretty mean, though. And I think Bishop, the guy we were talking to earlier, he burned down an entire village, and he might have been a child or a teenager when he did that. So kids can be evil, too. I like that. Then you must have never had any children of your own. No, I'm not going to say that one. I don't think. So, I have some other questions. What must I answer before you will leave us in peace? Tell me about the brute. Do not mention him to me. Of all the dark souls within this furnace, he most deserved his fate. What is this place? Or is my home and the home of thousands of others who were cremated here? Why were you cremated? Soon after my god Myrkul was slain by Mystra, followers of Cyric assaulted this vault. We barely were able to seal the lower levels before they burst through the entrance. Cyric's raiders slew everyone but me. I was tortured for days that they might learn how to open the gate to the lower vault and plunder Myrkul's most precious treasures. I did not relent, so eventually they cast me into the furnace to suffer the same fate as the many I'd sentenced here myself. You must have suffered greatly. I'm sorry. I don't know if it means anything to sympathize with him, but... actually, I think it will. Oh yes, I've suffered. Of the memories that are left to me, only the most painful remain clear, but I like to think it was not in vain. Were it not for my actions and my rather painful sacrifice, Cyric's followers would have gotten through the gate to the lower level and completely desecrated Myrkul's vault. Your sacrifice was not in vain. The lower level remains sealed. That is good to hear. I have endured such torment, both prior to death and after. Though I may never be released from this furnace, I can endure it easier knowing my sacrifice meant something. Sympathizing with this tormented spirit has somewhat diminished your hunger and the desire to devour him. It suddenly occurs to you that it may be within your power to grant rest to this soul rather than consuming him. Priest, I can release you from your suffering and grant you rest if you desire it. So that's really cool. Because we spent time in the dialogue tree, it said we can just devour him at the start, but we actually spent time talking with him and being good, which is sympathizing with the suffering of others. That's a classic definition of good. We can now do something better. Truly, eternal rest seems an impossible dream for the damned servant of a dead god. But if it is within your power, then I beg of you, grant me rest. Eternal rest, lost soul be at peace. Thank you. In reaction to what you've done to the priest, spirits, several ghosts materialize all around you. That's not good. That monster that was just shown there, it kind of looks like a Tesocchi, which I'll show a picture of if I can find it. That's the curse. It's like this weird, monstrous creature that lives inside us. And the Tesocchi, it's not a Tesocchi, but it looks like one. They're puppet-like, or the creatures that inhabit humans, burrow into their spinal cord and puppet them. So I think that's a really cool image that they've chosen there to represent the curse, this gnawing monkey on our back telling us what to do. Release me. I suffer too. Grant me rest. No, grant me rest. Child, come now. The many flocks to the flesh receptacle who exorcised the priest. I am here and I see. We must slay it now before it disperses the many, before we meet the same fate as the priest. Wait, I will parley with it. Do you desire the same rest as I granted to the priest? You have great power and therefore command the respect of the many. We can help each other. You wish passage through the gate to the lower level of this vault, and we crave to be free of this furnace we are bound to. I will gladly release you all by granting eternal rest with my new eternal rest power. No, the priest said that something terrible would become of me should I ever be exorcised. The key to the lower vault is within this furnace, hidden by the priest long ago. However, it cannot be retrieved until the spirits that haunt it are freed. Okay, I will exorcise the entire vault then. And, we're apparently Father Merrick now. You channel your power toward the nearby spirits and those in the furnace. You should not have done that. You destroyed the weaker spirits, but the stronger ones remain, and we will rebuild the many, starting with you. And now we have to fight, I'm afraid, so I'm going to rage here. I don't think these guys look that tough, but I think what we could have done here is that if we decided to, devour the spirits and then sacrifice Oku, the bear god, and I love my bear and I would never do that, then we would get a new NPC, a new companion called One of Many, who's sort of like an evil rogue spirit. And it would make the game more balanced because he's not nearly as good as Oku is, the fighter. But, you could do that if you were playing as an evil character, and that's very evil to literally sacrifice a party member. Cut his throat, I think, in order to get someone new, but I almost never do that. The fires have gone out in the furnace, and the ashes here are strangely cool to the touch. Sift through the ashes, you grope blindly through the thick soot, and finally grasp the handle of a weapon that feels hauntingly familiar. Oh, I think we have the, It is a replica of the Silver Sword of Gif. This may be the key that is needed to open the gate to the lower levels. So now we can get to the lower area, and I think that really, I just wanted this to be a cool area to end the video. I think what we're supposed to be doing now is going and talking to Sophia, and then going through that gate to the Thayan Academy she studied at before leaving, and then using that, using the portal to get there, and then going through that whole section, a big, chunk of the game or so. Before we get to this, which is more like the final quarter of the game where we get to the final area. I don't even think we can get through this area without doing the Sophia quest. The door is black and etched with curving runes. Its keyhole is nothing more than a vertical opening, more suited to a smooth metal blade than any ordinary key. Insert the replica sword of Gith into the keyhole, and then I believe we will be able to get to the lower vault. The blade clicks into place, turns, and is suddenly drawn inward, vanishing into the shadowy substance of the door. The gate swings open. Okay, now we're in the lower vault, and there are a bunch of mummies and vampires and other undead creatures going down here. And I believe to the right here is the library of Myrkul. And Tredge, we don't have any lockpicking ability, but I think we can just bash this door open with our epic power attack. And yep, there are mummies in here, hoary mummified priests. And hopefully they will not stun us. It's weird to think that I'm not scared of like dangerous spells like fireball or anything. I'm scared of being stunned or dazed or paralyzed, and which means I cannot attack or even not move. And that is very dangerous. It's weird how simple those attacks are, those spells are. I think they're lower level spells, but they're really dangerous. And it's cool, there's like a waterfall. This massive bookcase is filled with ancient but well-maintained tomes with assorted subjects ranging from necromancy to effective torturing techniques, to analysis of the finer points of Myrkulite dogma. Unfortunately, there seems to be an elemental barrier in place that prevents any of the books from being removed from their shelves. Yeah, it kind of looks like water is flowing in front of them, and I can't get them. Ooh, Lamentations of the Dead. Ooh, the Betrayer's Crusade has been updated, so that must give us some lore background on Akeshi and so forth, so that's going to be pretty useful. There we go. Okay, examine. These scrolls appear to have been written by Myrkulite priests centuries ago. They record the fates of many who opposed the former god of the dead, and they were probably read aloud to encourage fear of Myrkul and his faithful. At one time there must have been many of these scrolls, but this has been decayed considerably and much of it is missing. A prominent passage records the fate of a traitorous high priest. Know that all of who follow the Lord of Bones shall face tests of faith. Not even his most favored are spared, as we are taught by the tale of Akeshi the Betrayer. As a child, Akeshi was offered as a sacrifice to the church. Along with his brother, he was left unnamed upon our temple threshold. As was the custom in that time, Akeshi was thus favored by our god and named in the tradition of the Eastern Church, as are all those who come as babes into the faith of the dead. Indeed, he was showed in an uncanny faith as a boy. No poison or disease would touch him, and when the Black Whisper ravaged Mulsantir, he alone walked amongst the sick, hauled their corpses and dug their graves unharmed. He offered salvation to those who would embrace the Lord of Bones, and it is said that those who converted to Myrkul's faith were healed. Each night, Akeshi would return to the temple and entreat his fellow priests to join him in ministering to the dying, but all refused except for Akeshi's brother, Akeshi. They remained hiding in the temple, fearful of the plague, so Myrkul permitted the Whisper to enter his church, carried upon the robes of the two young brothers, and all his cowering priests died coughing and rasping in their beds. Only Akeshi and Akeshi survived, and the boy Akeshi was anointed high priest of the Mulsantir temple. When the plague had passed, hundreds converted to Myrkul's faith, inspired by Akeshi's courage and divine favor. While Akeshi ministered to the faithful, Akeshi walked the surrounding lands and converted hundreds more souls to the Lord of Bones. Myrkul's eye was upon him, and our god would visit Akeshi in his dreams, instructing him in the highest mysteries of the faith, and entrusting him with missions to destroy his enemies. Akeshi became the hand of Myrkul's justice, hunting the foes of our god across the plains. No slight against the Lord of Bones went unpunished, no betrayal went unavenged, and no honor was denied Akeshi. In return, in his hand he bore a silver blade, taken from the depths of the hells at Myrkul's bidding, and granted to him as a reward. Akeshi was chosen of Myrkul, favored above all. But with such favor come the greatest tests. Akeshi's lover was a wizardess who cared little for the gods. One day her enchantments went awry, and she was killed in a magical conflagration. Then was Akeshi distraught, for he knew what awaited his beloved. All those who died without faith were bound into the wall of the Faithless, and finally dissolved into the substance of the wall. Akeshi entreated Myrkul to spare his lover. For this he would pay any price, perform any service Myrkul might desire, but Myrkul's judgment is swift and sure, and it does not waver. For those who deny the gods, Akeshi's lover would remain in the wall. In that moment, Akeshi's pride outshone his faith. His anger turned to wrath, and he swore that he would tear down the wall itself to take his lover back. And by this sinful vow he was doomed, and he became the betrayer. Akeshi spoke wicked lies to his brother Akeshi and turned him against Myrkul. By his devotion to his brother, Akeshi was also doomed. Akeshi set aside his name, and he took a new name that was given to him by his brother as a token of his own betrayal. And Akeshi spoke lies to the others as well, turning many faithful against the Lord of Bones. He opened the prison of Myrkul's vault and called forth the demi-lich Ramak, who had thrice tried to become a god, and had been thwarted by Akeshi himself. The betrayer made pacts with many others as well, promising them great rewards when the wall of the Faithless was overthrown. Among these were Zoab, a prince of Celestia, and Sarayu, a queen of dragonkind. When he had assembled a mighty host, Akeshi carved a doorway between the plane of shadow. So these are the people we heard about in the play earlier, the blue dragon and celestial, and the realm of the dead, and he led his army into Myrkul's realm. I like the idea of carving with a silver sword of Gith a hole to reach the gods in the outer planes. That's awesome. In that hour, Myrkul appeared in his glory, at the head of an even greater host. All the heroes of the ancient dead marched at his back, with all the masses of the false, and many Beatazu who had been summoned from the hells. Akeshi's army crumbled before the Lord of Bones, and his generals fled to the darkest corner of the plains. Not even the betrayer could stand against Myrkul in the realm of the dead. Akeshi was dragged in chains to the Basilica of Lost Hope, and Myrkul pronounced judgment upon him. Be watchful, O faithful of the Lord of Bones, for it is said that Akeshi's generals still live, and that they promise to return should the betrayer ever stand before death's gates again. And it is also whispered that Akeshi tore the soul of his lover from the wall before Myrkul struck him down. If this sacrilege is true, then she shall be hunted and find no rest in this world. For the faithless must be held to account, and none may challenge the judgment of the Lord of Bones. So we learned a huge amount of stuff here, mainly that Akeshi wasn't really motivated by anything good, it seemed at first. He was just angry that his girlfriend was taken by the Lord of Bones. I thought it was at least partially like some concern for the people suffering, but it was really just his girlfriend that was suffering that he was concerned about. And we learned that, like in the play, a bunch of different creatures, demons, angels, when I said demons, I mean devils and demons. So for the Tome of Profane Rebirth. That's pretty neat. So we learned a ton of stuff about Akeshi there. Apparently he was an orphan and he was totally dedicated to Myrkul, but he turned against his god because of his girlfriend there, and he was all-powerful. And he was apparently a little bit like the Nameless One, I think, in that his skill was that he had an enormous amount of charisma to convert people to his cause, even if it damned them. So he converted a ton of people to help him, like the three champions, the generals of his army. But the big issue with that was that he was willing to tear people away from whatever they knew and use them for his own ends and sort of damn them in a way. This book appears to contain step-by-step instructions for becoming a lich. The instructions seem so simple that you surmise even a novice might execute them with success. The cover of the tome is extremely weathered due to being left for centuries outside the protective bookshelves in the archives of the Death God's vault. Despite this, or perhaps due to some dark enchantment, the book contents are largely intact. So we can give this to a priest of Kelemvor, the current god of the dead. So I think now we can go have a final, not a final battle, but a final battle of the video against a bunch of undead monstrosities and take them out. But Akeshi seems like such a fascinating character, because he was clearly going to buff up here and get my ice elemental out, and hopefully this won't be too hard. But Akeshi was sort of trying to do something ultimately that was good and would have helped the suffering a lot of people, but he was doing it for selfish means. Okay, there's a Death Lord, and I think a Lich is down here. Ancient vampires. Oh boy, I'm dazed. I'm insta-dazed. And I think paralyzed too, so that's not good. And I think I was knocked down. Perfect. Okay, these Death Knights are pretty strong. I like that the Death Knights have scythes. So, yeah. And there should be a Lich, so the Sunburst spell will damage undead. I have a bunch of those, I think, on both of my characters. So that's going to do a ton of damage to them. But I'm still paralyzed, so I don't know if it's possible for me to win this. Ooh, there's a Lich King. So apparently that's Arthas over there from Warcraft 3. He's going to be the most dangerous here. And the priests, though, are paralyzing me. This is pretty... I may have to reload this. This is not going well. I think if I had Sophia, her massive meteor swarm spell would do a lot of damage here. And I'm blinded, too. I guess that doesn't matter because I'm paralyzed also. But maybe can restoration, basic restoration, cure paralysis? And, oh, I'm seriously damaged there. That took a huge amount of damage. Can I heal in time? Maybe not. My fighter is blinded as well. That's not good. And my ice elemental is. Oh, I'm about to die. I'm very close to death here. Can Sunburst do enough damage? Nope, I'm dead. I think I can resurrect him. Oh, no, oh, no, definitely not. My cleric is no longer, resurrected. Wait, it said something immunity fear there. But what spell granted immunity fear? I don't even know that. If I can have my fighter take care of these Death Lords while I cast Sunburst... Nope, I'm going to reload. Screw this. I'm just going to start again and try to get some more buffing spells going on here, because that was far too challenging. It was a good fight, though. It was a very dangerous, difficult fight. More difficult than the fights in this tend to be. Okay, so I do want my Ice Elemental out, but I wonder if there's more buffing spells my cleric can cast, like more than the standard, like Bless and Protection from Evil and all that. Okay, Strength Domain Powers, Divine Might, that should help her out. I'm gonna try to, okay, if I run out of Sunbursts, I think I can use, various, I have one Sunburst and one Earthquake. I guess that's gonna be okay. And I have one Resurrection, one Greater Restoration. Okay, Spell Mantle might be good to help protect against the Lich's spells and the Priest's spells. And what about Warding of... No, well... Yeah, Warding of Spirits, Blessing of Spirits. Maybe that would help. And he has 6 Sunbursts, so that's going to be a ton of damage directed at them. But if I'm paralyzed, both of my fighters are paralyzed before they can get their Sunbursts off, that's going to be a danger. So let's head out there and see what we can do. And I'm going to send one of my other characters in first to hopefully tank the paralysis and daze and fear and stuff, and hopefully they will not do that at first, and hopefully he'll be only the one that takes it. Sorry, Oku, but we can resurrect you if you die. It's not a big issue. So let's see if I can get down there and start casting Sunbursts and Sunbeams. I think Burst is more powerful and Beam is just one small attack, or is the other way around, I don't know, but whatever. I have 2 divine characters here, so fighting against the undead is a lot easier than it otherwise would be. And I'm going to Rage and just head down there and see what it's like. I can start kicking ass. I'm not... weirdly, the monk... the vampires in D&D are monks. So I guess which kind of makes sense, because they all have the martial arts ability that, like, the Buffy vampires have. But it's just weird to see them considered the monk class, because they're, like, fighting with their vampire fists. And they sometimes even use monk weapons like Kama, which are like these sickle weapons that monks use. It's a little bit peculiar. I mean, I would just have made them fighters or rogues or something or whatever, but just thought I'd point that out. And I think we did knock one of them down. Oh, I'm insta-killed. Whoa. I was instantly killed. But we're doing a ton of damage with Sunburst, at least. So, well, I can't target the Lich King for some reason. Arthas has some kind of protective ability. I think even if you can't target someone because they're ethereal, you should still be able to hit them with mass attacks like Fireball, but maybe if they're ethereal, that just means they've, like, plane walked and they can't be damaged at this point. Okay, I'm going to try to resurrect... Oh, I don't think she can reach him. She has to be, like, right next to him to reach him, Wow, I'm at negative 230 hit points, and I had like 500. How much damage did they do? Did they do like power word kill or something? Jeez. Okay, let's take a look here and see if... No, I can't reach him. I'm just going to keep trying to do sunbursts and see what I can do and hope Oku survives, because I think I'm close enough to resurrect him. Okay, undeath to death. Try that in the Lich King. That should be something good at least. And more sunburst on the Lich King, so he's not ethereal or whatever anymore. He's targetable now. Okay, see if you can resurrect Oku. No, we can't get me, so try Oku. Oh, my strength must have been lowered for some reason. Okay, Oku is back and at full health, because Resurrect brings you back at full health, so it's good to use in the middle of a battle here. And I think I'm out of oh, excuse me. I'm out of sunbursts here. And I guess I could try Destruction? That's pretty good, but I still have some sunburst here for my boy. My druid/spirit shaman thing. Oh, it's almost like a missile... a meteor swarm, but for the undead. That's really powerful. So that's going to be very, very, very useful when we assault the city of the undead later, which, as you might expect, is filled with undead creatures. The city of the dead, of the god of the dead. Okay, now we'll use the weaker sunbeam attack, just to try to get this vampire ancient. Oh, I was able to she resurrected him on her own. Wow. Did she have like a scroll of resurrection, or did she have another... I'm not sure how she did that. Okay, but whatever. You know, now that I'm back, I'm going to rage and start kicking ass. Okay, so I think everyone seems to be... Oh, no. There's still a priest left over there. I'm going to take him out. That shouldn't be too much. Oh, and there's a vampire ancient still alive here. And yeah, those major, like, sunlight spells are kind of useful most of the time. They're not very useful for most enemies because it only works on dead, but you fight so many undead here in this game, it's good to have them. Actually, hold that thought, because I can't end this video without showing you one of my all-time favorite moments ever in an RPG game. And that is when we actually go to meet the god of death himself, Myrkul, in the astral plane. And I'm going to show you that right now. Head into the portal. The astral plane is where the Githyanki eventually went after they liberated themselves from the Illithids. The Githzerai live in Limbo, the land of pure chaos, but here it is, in all of its glory, the astral plane, one of the few areas that I think actually looks really cool, and this is a part of D&D lore, that gods, when they die, continue to exist as a form of inertia way out in the astral realm where they drift forever. And this is Myrkul, the god of the dead, who is just sort of, I mean, he still exists, his consciousness still exists, even though he no longer has any power or even a body. He's just represented by this giant skull over here. And let's go have a chat with some of his Knights of Death, or whatever these guys are. Sarduris, hold! Art thou the one my master awaits? Yes, I am here to meet with your master. My lord hath commanded me to grant passage to an old friend. He described this being as one with an appetite that cannot be sated. He had seen this person in his dreams, but was uncertain how he would appear when he arrived. I'm going to say, who is your master? Let me say. We are sworn to the service of Myrkul, Lord of Bones, and our pledge is eternal. I'm a spirit eater that fits your description. Yes, I thought I recognized thee. It has been ages. Proceed then, and know that only a pale shadow of my master remains, wafting freely between dream and wake. Thou wilt need to approach his head and speakest in his ear if thou wish a waking audience. So this does actually tie in with a little bit of the original game, because in the original Neverwinter Nights 2, the original campaign, a big part of that is the Silver Sword of Gith, the demi-lich queen. Is she a lich? Well, she's a demigod of some sort. And her incredible might in the astral plane allowed her to use this magnificent sword that we somehow got involved with. But anyway, I like that linkage back there. Let me read this. There is a peculiar manner in which this creature regards you, where there is only emptiness or malice in the eyes of the undead who have battled in the past. Here there is a suggestion of honor and respect, an archaic chivalry from a time when chivalry was a widely held ideal, and not an object of mourning. Its skeletal face and unfamiliar armor design are perhaps the least of the evidence that this knight is a relic of a civilization and culture long since buried and forgotten by all others. I also like how they mentioned shadows, because the Shadow King was of course the enemy in the first game, so we're continuing our journey with reflections of great events, whether they're great city-states, empires, or even gods themselves. It sort of helps to create a sense of the temporal in this medieval setting. Back in the Middle Ages, there was a widely held belief, at least in Europe, that there was sort of an eternal present going on, and that conceptions of the future or the past were very woolly and difficult for people to comprehend. And it wasn't until the modern age, and especially with highly accurate clocks, that people began to determine concepts of the past and the future. And so I think this is a powerful, almost mystical moment for a medieval person to recognize that they are, for some reason or another, bound to the world of bound to time as much as anything is, as our matter is bound towards the logical progression of time from past to present to future and our place in it, and that all things must turn to dust eventually, even the gods themselves. 2 pinpoints of orange light glow within the eye sockets of the creature's blackened skull. Charred, battered armor covers what remains of its decayed body. Night of the Undying Dragon. There's no dragon here, so I don't know what that's talking about. Okay, so let's climb up the skeleton and ribcage of Myrkul and have a chat with him.
What is this? Are you a dream, a fantasy, a recollection spawned in my own dead mind? Yes, you are that, but you are more too. I know you, Spirit Eater. You are an irony that walks, 2 fates bound together, both severed and incomplete. And you have brought others, cast-offs, discarded souls such as this priestess. She is of the higher planes, tinged with Kalimvor's blind philosophy, salted with the wretched tears of Ilmater's pity. Are you here because Ilmater has now done as Kalimvor did?
I like the idea of a party of cast-offs and outcasts, people that don't fit in. That's just an inherently cool idea that I think everyone loves. Just like we're the rogues that are not part of the norm. This is a weird adventuring party, an Aasimar, a bear, a red wizard of Thay who's actually not evil, and a human barbarian. She can answer you as well as I could, dead god.
Ilmater forsakes no one, Myrkul. Even ones who commit such atrocities as building the Wall of the Faithless and making vessels to feed its strength.
Ilmater may take pity on you, little bird, but Kalimvor severed you like a gangrenous hand. He smelled the death of faith upon you. With all his pragmatism, he can be crueler than I, but he will not rule the dead better for it, I think.
He rules the dead now, Myrkul. One could even say he rules dead gods as they drift in this empty place.
Perhaps. It is an amusing notion, but your life embodies an irony of Kalimvor as well.
I like that idea of the god of the dead is now the god who presides over even dead gods, no matter what their former portfolio was. And what irony do you speak of?
He does not know what he speaks of.
Do I not? You sought to console the dying, soothe their pain and doubt. Then the true pain came when you discovered where you were guiding them. Doom guides, an apt name. What matters in healing their pain if the true agony is to come? That is what awaits them on my wall.
It is only a structure. It will not survive time and faith. It will not survive me.
She's committed to this. Speaks. Okay, she's correct. It is our intention to tear down the wall of the Faithless.
We are both of one mind about this, Myrkul. The wall will be destroyed.
You would have an easier time dismantling Mount Celestia, stone by stone. Ritual and circumstance are not easily undone, little bird, and they are rarely accomplished by peace. Will you lead the living to slaughter and die for those already lost? What a sacrifice for you to demand of those who blindly follow you.
Time and justice favor me. You know not what you say, Myrkul.
I know this. I know your grandfather came to your god Kelemvor in secret before you mounted your great crusade.
Higher plane hypocrisy? What do you mean?
He lies. My grandfather shared no words with Kelemvor.
Oh, there you are mistaken. He appealed on your behalf. He apologized for your narrow-mindedness. Described you as a rogue grandchild that did not learn the rules, the drumbeat by which the universe marches. Your own blood condemned you, but it was only a small punishment, was it not? You had already discovered how thin the cloak of Kelemvor's faith was. It does not keep out the cold, not at all. His punishment cast you out of his halls, sealed the door of your home to you. Never again will you walk on the slopes of Mount Celestia, hear the chorus in the house of the Triad. You are an angel left to walk the earth, with only her burning need for justice to keep her warm. A fairy tale with a bright beginning and a fiery end, I think. But isn't this how such falls always begin?
Trying to liken her to Lucifer is a little bit, odd. I don't know if I agree with that. She has not fallen, Myrkul, for she has not given up, and neither have I.
The one I follow speaks in better words than I, but I share their strength. Some fall, it is true, but others? Victory and justice sustain them until they reach the gates of their enemy.
Ah, Crusader's heart. Follow the same path, and the destination shall be no different, little dove. I should have devised punishments and prisons for one such as you, little priestess, who drift from god to god, leaving tracks in the ashes of your smoldering faith.
Your wall of the Faithless will not endure, Myrkul. Like you, it will die in time.
I have accepted death. You, however, perhaps in guarding Death's kingdom, you thought such things were beneath you.
Who has fallen now?
When you go before Kelemvor, little dove, see what he says to your reasons and your appeals. Ask him to dispense with ritual, with the agonies of the wall, and listen to his answer. At that moment you will fall. You will know that the planes turn, and justice does not drive them.
Once you were the lord of decay, of corruption, of wasting away, and now you are at the mercy of all those things. It makes me suspect the universe is just.
Like your former god, you favor blunt action and brute force, with little regard for what such actions cause farther down the road. And perhaps what you see is not justice, but only amusement and irony, two things which I value more.
Kaelin is a great character, and I like that she's able to verbally spar with a god. That's very impressive. Lever me of... I have questions for you. Save your taunts for another time.
And what other detritus clings to you, Spirit Eater? The Red Woman, she has been here before. All that she is now, she owes to me. And to you, Spirit Eater.
Your memory is fading faster than your name, old god, and you're wrong on 2 counts. First, I have never been to the astral realm before this moment, so this is not a reacquaintance. And second, I owe you nothing.
But you stood before me just a short time ago, Red Woman, burning with rage and love in equal measure. What a shattered thing you have become, as ignorant of your own nature as the one who leads you. If only your beloved had accepted my judgment of you, your suffering might have ended long ago. Spirit Eater, speak, and tell me what has brought you to this boneyard of gods.
This looks like no boneyard I've ever seen. Where are we? That sounds kind of like a dumb thing a paladin would say.
Did you step through a portal without knowing?
A dumb thing a barbarian would say, excuse me, not a paladin.
We are between the planes, Spirit Eater, in a crossroad of sorts. An infinite sky where sensation and dream are sharpened to an edge. And a charnel house for gods who are dead. An easy place to drift and sleep. A kinder death than millions that I contend. But then, the planes do not promise justice, do they?
Some of these answers I'm giving to tear down the wall may sound like it's contradicting the neutral part of my chaotic neutral alignment, because I guess that would be just sort of letting things go, as letting the chips fall as they may, but I think it very strongly aligns with a chaotic alignment, because chaos would want to destroy this evil, malignant tumor of a wall that entraps souls who don't obey the commands of the gods. So I think that chaotic good would be the best way to describe the act, because it would throw the planes into turmoil, so lawful good, like on Mount Celestia, wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I think that's lawful good, Mount Celestia, I don't remember, but anywhere along the good or the chaos axis, I think it would agree that would want to tear down the wall. I was told you were dead and gone. How do you speak?
A god does not easily die. He lives in the fears of him which linger on, in the doubts that he is truly gone, and in the suffering of those whose lives he brought to grief. Yes, Spirit Eater, even your suffering sustains me. Every anguish that you sow, you unknowingly dedicate to me. Every mortal who cowers or cringes at your name, they are also cringing at mine. With every such pain, the embers of my soul burn a little brighter than before.
Okay, so you said that I am 2 fates bound into one. How can that be?
2 fates, yes, of the hero who plied the sword coast. I awoke in a barrow soaked in blood. I know little. But the other, the betrayer Akeshi, he is just as I left him. He is empty now. A ravening void that seeks always to fill itself up, to regain what the wall took from him. So he steals what he lost. A face, a body, a name. These are a mask to be worn for a time, until they are also devoured by his unending hunger.
So this hunger within is what's letting me... I think you would have to know that at this point, unless you were willfully not paying attention. Am I Corvus or Akeshi?
You are both. Yours is the body, the mind, and he is the empty hunger that lurks within. Who knows where the one begins and the other ends? The betrayer's hunger was born in the wall of the Faithless. I placed him there and watched as his mind slowly drained away. His thoughts, his memories, These were torn from his grasp, one by one. Emptiness filled him, the hunger of the wall. But before the wall could consume him completely, I tore him free, so that his suffering, his emptiness would linger eternal.
So it seems that the punishment that Myrkul gave to Akeshi was exquisitely cruel and ironic, because he essentially took Akashi's soul, placed it into the wall of the Faithless, and dissolved everything about it except for the base atavistic primal attributes of hunger and pleasure from sating that hunger. So effectively what he's done is transformed a soul into matter, into the beastly flesh that our soul is animating. And he's transformed a soul into a spirit of matter, into the primitive instinct, rather than memory and thought and consciousness. And he's using, and he made that hunger stalk and hunt people. He sort of used the immortality of the soul to make the hungry, gnawing, evil grasp of desire and want and hunger to be eternal like a soul. So that's incredibly evil and kind of beautifully evil in a way. Wait, Akeshi is not empty, not completely. I have seen remnants of his memories in my mind. I did see that.
Oh, you have seen delusions, perhaps? The spawn of your desperate mind. Nothing remains of the betrayer's mind or self, else he would not be the ravening, empty beast that he is.
Myrkul is arrogant, so I think that he's trying to... we presented him with evidence and he's just ignoring it and pretending that we made it up somehow. That's ridiculous. His arrogance is blinding him. So, you punished the betrayer and all of his victims with him. I suffer now for the crime of another.
I made a place for Akeshi in the wall of the Faithless. Your soul has gone to fill it. When the betrayer's hunger finally consumes your body and mind, then your soul will dissolve into the wall, and you will be no more. To reclaim your soul, to tear it from the wall, only in that impossibility might you find your salvation. But how to assault the City of Judgment, unless you were to follow a road already prepared?
So we have to go along the same route that Akeshi prepared to attack Kelimvor, attack the Wall of the Faithless, and free my soul. So, a more selfish character would just want to get his soul and then leave. But I, as a very chaotic, freedom-loving barbarian, really hate that wall. I just find it repugnant. I can't imagine anyone would, agree with the idea of that. I mean, maybe some religious people would torture non-believers for all eternity. I guess that's something that sort of is in various religions. But anyway, the Betrayer's Gate, the door at the bottom of your vault in Mulsantir.
Yes, Spirit Eater. That gate is a doorway to the empire that I lost, the realm of the dead. Do you have the key, I wonder? You possessed it once. It is that which you and the betrayer held in common, the silver blade of the demigoddess Gith. And now the sword awaits you, fully forged in the sanctum of one who loves you. Everything in place. Almost as though it was planned this way from the start.
Someone planned all this. The plan is yours then, for your deranged pleasure?
The pleasure may be mine, but the plan is not. Your ally and your enemy are one and the same, Spirit Eater, and I am neither. Use the blade to open a gate. Assault the City of Judgment and tear your soul from the wall. Finish what Akeshi began. Your captains have waited long for your return. When the gate swings wide, they will come like loyal hounds, tongues lolling from their mouths at the very thought of a new crusade.
Those are the captains are the people we saw in the play section of the Slumbering Coven. Captains, what captains?
The fallen angel, his wings dark now, their luster surrendered for you. The dragon, bound by a debt that she cannot repay. And the Lich, craving the answers that lie beyond the gates. But to whistle up your dogs, Spirit Eater, you will need the blade. Only 2 portals provide passage from this drifting cairn of mine. One brought you here, the other will lead you to the sanctum where the blade and your ally await. Go quickly, Spirit Eater. If you would look upon her face, you will not be her only visitor today.
Myrkul doesn't mention that there is a big irony here, that he has become a spirit of hunger. He's constantly talking about the amusements of pleasure and irony, and just gaining the sick dopamine rush from watching other people be harmed. And that's the only thing he has for him. He's just an empty vessel of nothingness that's zapped along by bits of like a serotonin every now and again for the tiny little bits of pleasure you can squeeze out of things, just like a gnawing, addictive spirit of hunger. That's all it is. But I think that everyone deserves peace, even the most evil people, and Myrkul is incredibly evil, who did horrible things to countless millions, but even he doesn't deserve eternal suffering. So I'm going to give him eternal rest. I will leave you, Myrkul, but not before I grant you the peace that you rightly deserve.
Judgment has been too long delayed. Myrkul's time on the plains is done.
It is not yours to dispense judgment, Spirit Eater. The hunger of the wall holds no sway over gods.
You cling to an empty life, Myrkul, afraid of what lies beyond. Let me show you peace.
You have no right. Judgment is the purview of gods. In all you do, you glorify me, Spirit Eater. You stoke the embers of my soul.
And now I will snuff those embers out. Farewell, Myrkul.
The final irony, even in this.
And so, Myrkul at last lies dead. Prepare yourself, as his servants yet live, and they will not be pleased by what you have done.
So we have to fight those Dragon Knight guys now, because they are not very happy with us.
To me, my allies.
Oh no, I do have a strong convention. It's good.
No quarter!
But I can't get down here, unfortunately. Because I don't think I can pass Oku. I might have to... Can I? Maybe? Oh no, I guess I can get a little past it. Good. I couldn't last time. So that's the way that you conclude your campaign and your video game. Not like fighting the King of Shadow. But an epic, like around level 30 or something. I'm level 27. Sending an evil god of death into the final realms of the afterlife. That's how you conclude a campaign. Not that it's over completely, it still have about 25% left or so, but anyway, I'm going to cut back to where I was before. So I think I'm going to call it a video here. This is the final door, the obsidian gateway into the realm of the god of the dead that we eventually go to at the very end of the game. And this story just enthralled me from the first time I played it, and I'm glad I did, because I almost did not, because of how much I disliked the story in Neverwinter Nights 2. But this completely blew it out of the park. Like, they got everything right. Or at least everything was up my alley with the things that I am fascinated with, like how dreams relate to reality, and how dreams, which are essentially just thoughts, just electrical energy, impinge upon matter, on reality, on how we actually do things, and how matter can't really exist without energy in some way forming it and shaping it and moving it, and how energy can't incarnate itself into anything without matter. And can we overcome the horrific desires of the material world in order to allow our dreams to come into fruition? Akashi's dream seems impossible to destroy a god, but somehow he was able, through the power of belief, which is so important in Planescape, he was able to force his dream, his vision on the world, but then he was cursed to be a walking spirit of hunger. In a way, the punishment for him having such a powerful dream was to be cursed with the gnawing spirit of matter, which is the craving that we all have for a dopamine rush, whether it's from playing a video game or from engaging in substances of some kinds that I can't really say aloud on YouTube here. It's just such a fascinating concept to me, how the world of matter and energy, reality and fantasy work upon one another, how you can turn fantasy into reality and reality can chain and imprison fantasy somehow. And I think it speaks volumes about the writers and how good they were here, and maybe how much they were constrained in the original campaign, if they were the same writers. I mean, I think the producers were the same, but it wasn't necessarily the same writers, but whatever it was. I think they were constrained by feeling that they had to be forced to tell a very early version of a very more basic, generic story, and then they gave them the privilege with the expansion pack to branch off into some wild and interesting concepts about dreams and cognition and the gods. And, maybe there was some sort of reason that they didn't choose this story at the first, because it was about murdering the gods, which is, deicide is obviously a very serious topic, and maybe religious people were not going to take it, so they didn't want to do it for the original game. They wanted to play it safe, and I think that's always a mistake. You should go for broke with your original work. You shouldn't wait until the expansion pack, like Neverwinter Nights 1 did as well. But Akashi's story is fascinating to me, about how masks relate to our different facets, like a diamond, it catches light at different angles, and what is the true self, because our self changes every year, every 5 years, every 10 years. Even the person who's slowest to grow always changes into something very different as time passes. And how that impinges upon what we do and the legacy we leave on the world. How just an idea, like overthrowing the god of the dead, can create all of this strife and struggle and lingering presence in the material world with this heinous curse. And the god of the dead who created this curse is himself destroyed. He was cast down ages ago, but he exists still as a dream. And even if he is still at the very least a dream, his curse lingers on, even past his corporeal effect on the world with his actions. And I just think that's amazing. And the God of the Dead's Vault, I want to mention, just looks really cool and spooky with all of these gigantic skulls. Like, I haven't really thought about it before, but are they the skulls of giants that they've left there? I mean, I guess that's possible, that they killed some giants, macerated their skulls, and put them on top of there. But anyway, if I haven't made it perfectly clear, I really, really suggest that you play this game. If you want an amazing story with a lot of interesting angles, highly recommend you check the story out as soon as possible. And, my name is Michael. Storm the Gates of Hell.